And it is time for the Navigators National Championship here on the NECC. I'm Altcharge, joined by Nuke, and we could not be happier to bring you this one. It is Valpo Beacon versus Huntington Esports. Both of these teams had 11-0 records to this point in the season. Nuke, it is about to be a battle of the best, and let's get into it.
I am eager to get into the lineups, Berkeley, and I gotta say, it is a pleasure to be casting with you here in this Nationals format. It has been a journey getting to this point, not just for us over on production, but for these teams. As we mentioned yesterday, their college season is pretty much over. They're home, they're competing from home, so I'm wondering how the dynamics sort of fit in as we go in. We have an unstoppable force against an immovable object. Valparaiso versus Huntington, and it seems as though they are not pulling any punches going into this match.
No, I don't expect them to either. This is a heavyweight bout, and you can just expect haymakers throughout this best of 7. We are doing the pick ban system that we've been doing all playoffs. If you're not familiar, the higher seed picks the opening map. In this case, it's Valpo. Both of the teams were 11-0, but in this case, it's Valpo. They pick Nepal. I do believe Huntington and Ilios here, and we are already ready to rip. Let's not waste any time. Let's get into it. We've all been waiting a year for this match to happen, and it is finally on the table in front of us.
Absolutely. I mean, Valparaiso hailing from the Navigators Cyan division and Huntington Esports dominating the Navigators Yellow division. Both have proven their dominance in each of their respective divisions. Going to go through the lineups real quick. On the Huntington side, we're going to see the indisputable Prozac, Ginger, Trashboat, T-Brain, X-Michael, and Doxic. Who we seeing over on Valpo, Berkeley?
For Valpo, the DPS dealers are going to be Scoot and Abroth. Tankin is going to be Lil Flaps and Fruity Bops. And then we got Chiroro and Night Fury trying to keep the team alive amidst the high-octane action. Nuke, just a few seconds to go here. Very different team compositions, but I'm going to expect a lot of the same from these two squads tonight as we are underway here for the National Championship for the Navigators Division. Nepal has just opened the gates.
And this is gonna be a match to remember. One of these teams will be ending the series defeated with a tarnished record as both of them come in undefeated. Trashboat trying to get into the action, swinging, but gonna lose half of his health at the beginning of this bout.
Huntington just holding down on this coast side high ground, wanting Valpo to push into him, and this is an important part of feeling out your opponent. Who gets to play their game? Here it's Prozac rolling into the front line, fanning the hammer on to Night Fury, and that's the first Elam of the championship here, but they need more. Only one is dropped. X-Michael in a duel right now with Chiroro, almost gets booped off the map, but manages to cling his toes to the grip. And it is just crazy right now. Prozac has only found 2 Elams, but this fight seems like it's going on forever.
Prozac has found 3 Elims and was the initiator in that fight. Prozac doing Huntington good and setting up positions for his team to take this advantage. Now, getting into this series, Berkeley, we talked a little bit about our predictions. I do have Huntington taking this series 4-1, and I do believe you have a bit of an opposite side prediction.
Listen, when we were talking, I said I think Huntington loses 4-0 to Valpo, just because this is going to be Huntington's first really good test of the season, but they are already meeting my expectations and showing me up right now. That Gravitic Flux was stunned out by Prozac, who's been such a stud all season long for this team. Captains them so well on the Colcasti, dealing damage, shot calling, doing everything in his power. Lining up on the point, dropping down the hammer, but into a big blue shield, and right now it's Valpo with the momentum in this fight, but Huntington don't want to step on their back foot, but here they're forced to.
Yeah, just a tad, especially with that field now opening up. That will allow Valpo a lot more room to get onto this point and really secure it back. But that's 60% going the way of Huntington as they held for quite a bit of time. And Valpo had to utilize quite a bit of resources to get there. The tactical visor and the amp field was popped from Night Fury and Abroth.
And leading into this game, we've mentioned the perfect records. The regular season records actually stand like this. In terms of map score, Valpo only dropped 1 map all season long. They are 27-1 here. They're trying to claim this objective for a little bit longer as Lil Flaps goes rolling into the front line, drops down the slam, charge countered by Trashbo, but Huntington, they need support. The HP is low, and now their members are finally dwindling as it looks like 4 kills go the way of Valpo, and they will continue to hold here, but at what cost? All ultimates were burned.
Yeah, that was a beautiful choke from Valparaiso, though, putting a halt to Huntington's push. Huntington now, as you said, on their back foot a tad, but they are building up that ult economy. Valparaiso had to utilize a lot of resources in that fight. They will be coming in with Deadeye, and they do have the field to pop as well. That Lucio boost is going to give him a lot of time to get around. Chororo looking for a cheeky boop, and that's going to be a massive Deadeye from Prozac, taking out 2 and busting open this fight wide open.
Prozac, always the playmaker for this Huntington squad, and a great Ant Matrix there by X-Michael to enable that Deadeye from their Cole Cassidy. And they've taken this point back. The score so even here as we open things up on Sanctum. And I do expect this entire game to be even. I know I said my prediction is 4-0, but let's be honest. This one is going to go down to the wire on every single map.
I do believe so as well. I think it's going to come down to the cracks in the armor for both teams in determining what they're able to play around and what adaptations they need to make to who is the threat. And right now that seems to be Prozac, but as they push in, Trashboat is going to get purpled. There is a massive Diva Bomb in the back line! Sade! T-Brain bringing the T-Pain in the massive self-destruct. Will take round 1 for Huntington Esports.
A big moment for T-Brain there. You love to come up with a big play and a big moment, and what bigger moment than a grand final here to cap off your collegiate season. What a great start for Huntington as they will head over to Shrine next. Nuke, this one so far is a banger, has not disappointed through the first 90 seconds of Overwatch, and I think there's a lot in front of us that's going to be equally as exciting.
Ooh, I could not agree more. My heart is racing, Berkeley. And chat, let us know who you're cheering for on this national stage here on Twitch and on Twitter. Feel free to tag all of us here at the NECC as we are all equally excited going into Map 2 of Nepal. And Valpo has made a couple of changes in their roster.
Couple of changes. Scoot's going to be going over to the Cole Cassidy. Abroth, she'll be playing the Junkrat here. And they choose to run the Zarya as well to off-tank alongside Lil Flaps. Chororo also on the Ana. So, you know, in terms of how it's going to play, not too many differences, but the heroes are definitely going to be really throwing a wrench at Huntington. We'll see if they're ready for it. Lil Flaps gets a healing grenade here, and the confidence is boosted up. The trap completely locks up Trashboat, and the main tank for Huntington is down. Now this team is going to have to work with no shield in front of them to block the damage, and Valpo is pushing the aggression. Lil Flaps takes down the carry and Prozac, and Huntington 2 wounded to stand now, and the first cap goes the way of Valpo.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, obviously these teams know each other best, but I'm not sure if backing off was the right move there for Huntington. They did have a lot of Valpo very low. Sure, they lost Prozac, but they had their field to use. Trashboat was still alive, and with Ginger on that Symmetra, that would have allowed them a lot more damage output. But we're going to see going into this next fight exactly how that pays out for him.
They already come in. Prozac already hit 2 Peacekeeper shots beautifully into the cranium of Scoot. Scoot trying to make their stand now. Oh, the Shatter gets airborne, goes a little buck wild, but it is there to find Ginger. Now we have Scoot on the outside, able to sit down Prozac with a little help there from Fruity. Fruity finds another one onto Trashboat, and Valpo is not going anywhere. They've conceded the point here, but they'll get it right back.
Oh, absolutely. They're taking it back, and at the front line will be Fruity Bops sitting at a cool 80 charge. That is a direct counter to T-Brain on Huntington Esports, and it's as I said earlier, Berkeley, it's going to come down to the tools in the tool shed for this series. I think depending on the hero choices will be directly correlated to whether or not they win these maps, and Valpo already taking that adaptive stance and choosing to make some changes to counter this Huntington roster.
Huntington, after winning the first round, confident they can continue to play their game, but will they survive this? The Immortality Field makes them survive it for just a little bit, but look at that HP. It's also low. Huntington scrapping back into this fight here as T-Brain was demeched. It is Prozac trying to make a play here. It's not enough, though. The Shatters trade. Lil Flaps gets the better of it, though. And it is Huntington falling. 72% taken for Valpo. They have one more fight to win if they want to tie up the fall.
Yeah, Valpo looking incredibly strong on this map. Definitely showing they know what angles to take, and they're expertly maneuvering all of their positioning so eloquently.
At Huntington, they've gone with the same rotation twice now. This Shrine map doesn't offer up a lot of natural cover, so Brawl comps do tend to push this way. There's just a little bit more of the map to work with, but now 4 seconds remain. The self-destruct into the back line here. It will find nothing, but DPS get traded out. Again, Prozac falls to Lil Flaps, and the Nano Boost goes on to Free Bops. What can Azaria with 60 charge and a Nano get up to as they desuit T-Brain? It is all Valpo. Nepal is going to be knotted.
That's exactly what they're doing. That was the only counter that they wanted in that entire set, was we're going to shred T-Brain as soon as we possibly can. If we can demech that D.Va, they're now essentially a 5v6, and they took advantage of that all round.
And we'll see what they can get up to here on Village. Will compositions change, or is Valpo liking this look? Personally, I love the Zarya for this squad going up against the D.Va. I think it has a lot of potential to just break through T-Brain, and we know, Nuke, how good T-Brain is for this Huntington squad.
Quintessential almost. T-Brain is a menace when it comes to eating everything. May Blizzards? Nah, it's just a snow cone for this player.
As the gates open, compositions don't even change a little bit here. It is identical looks as last round. Valpo feeling confident on their new selections, and Huntington, they're going to push the aggression. They want this one back in their hands. They would love to open this one up with a 1-0 lead over the Titans of Valpo, who have been so good all year long. Trash Boat rolls into this room. Needs the immortality field to stay alive, but it's not down in time to save Prozac, and Huntington has to be weary here. They're down their Colcasti. That's their precision damage. They're stunned. Now they're down their main tank as well. It is spilling out for Valpo. They time the engagement well, and they're going to roll right onto the objective.
Yeah, so Huntington as a roster, it really excels at catching their enemy off guard and ensuring, like Sun Tzu says in The Art of War, bring the fight to your own terms. And that is exactly what Huntington tries to do. But what happens when they face up against a team such as Valpo that is ready for everything you throw at them? Night Fury is just doing a great job of throwing these immortality fields down, and it doesn't matter if Doxic is boosting the team into Valpo. Valpo's ready for it, and they have a defensive maneuver available every time.
And they started off here with the Ant Matrix. X-Michael pops that of his own. The slam lands, though. Oh, Ginger, Toxic. See you later. Abroth is coming through with big hammer swings, and Trash Boat knows he doesn't stand a chance. An easy hold continues for Valpo. Huntington has to make a move soon.
Yeah, Valpo's flow in this match thus far is incredible. They caught a lot of Huntington off guard with that Earth Shatter. Rosters weren't ready, and Ginger fell immediately. Took a lot of firepower out of the Huntington roster. Huntington is gonna have to set up something fast if they want to take this point and secure this first round.
And they rotate quickly here along the left side. Next, Michael drops. In the meantime, no immortality field to save them from this tire. And it's a 3K for Abroth. Scoot with a Deadeye finds another. And already holding for 67 seconds. And climbing is Valpo. But now, Nuke, they have no ultimates on the board. This is Huntington's best chance.
Yeah, so far, this is Huntington's main chance. It seems as though every time they've tried to get in position to get to these points, Valpo's been ready. They've caught them with an Earth Shatter and a Graviton Surge, both engagements they've attempted.
And we'll see here if they make the most of a good opportunity as Trash Boat rolls in. Would love to hit the slam here. The stun is there, but Lil Flaps gets the shield back up just in time. Not able to withstand the Huntington damage, though, as the onslaught of ultimates continues. It is a wipe, and at the buzzer, Valpo has 99%, but Huntington has the point.
Yeah, Huntington will have to remain on the point as well if they want to secure this map. They do have one ultimate in their utility, and that would be Prozac's Deadeye. So if positioned well, it could zone them out just long enough for them to get some other ultimates online, or maybe even find a couple of picks.
And it could be helped out a lot too by another window from X Michael at 90% to the Ant Matrix. Always nice to couple that with the Deadeye. Valpo taking an interesting rotation here. Lil Flaps might be dropping into the back line in just a moment. Has the Shatter in the back pocket, and they're going in. Oh, this is airborne. Easy block there for Trash Coat. You're not fooling me, he says, but it is Valpo with the elims. Doxic and Prozac go down. Lil Flaps had to trade his life for those elims to happen. Here we have Night Fury falling as well. Huntington are hanging on here, but it is Chiroro and Scoot on the objective with the kills. Overtime Wick is burning here in map number 1, and it will be Valpo with the end. No contest as Huntington is just too late to the point, and a 1-0 Valpo lead.
I was not expecting that, Berkeley. That Shatter was a diversion. That Shatter was not intended to hit the roster. And it may have seemed at first as though it was, but the diversion was there so that Ana could get a massive anti-nade off behind the Reinhardt shielding. Hit the rest of the team. Chiroro set up Valparaiso for that engagement and really won them the end of that map.
It was a very crafty little play there. I mean, the airborne Shatter, it was completely hopeless to actually hit, but it did open up a lot of room for Chiroro to make that play like you're alluding to. And Nuke, you know, Huntington, they dropped the first map. They've only lost 4 maps all season. Valpo's only lost 1. So these teams aren't that familiar with responding to being down in a game, especially not being down 1-0, losing the very first map. How is Huntington going to face it off here?
Well, I think Huntington is very good with their strategies going into their games. They're very thoughtful of what they want to do. So they've had, it's as we mentioned yesterday, they've had now 24 to 36 hours to plan for this match. They likely knew it was coming, so they more than likely have some strategies in the back pocket that we'll see them utilize in the coming maps. I'm eager to see what those are, but as you're alluding to right now, Berkeley, it's going to come down to mental. And if that mental is in tip-top shape, they're going to execute those strategies eloquently. If it's not in tip-top shape, well, maybe some areas for improvement next season.
Yeah, and as the higher seed Nuke, Valpo did get to pick our opening map there on Nepal, and then the losers pick the following map. So it will be Huntington with that choice in their hand. Valpo will get to choose attack or defense, but this is when that week of scrims preparing for your national championship really come into play, because these two teams, they strategize better than anyone else in the Navigators division. Both of them could easily hang a division above where they currently play. That's why they're at the stage they're at anyway. So I am looking for Huntington to pick some sort of escort map where they can be awfully crafty, and we know just how creative they can get.
I don't want to give away any strategies, but I have a good idea of where they're going to go. As I say that, the gods of production have bestowed me with the knowledge of they're banning Junkertown, and they're going to pick Havana.
Going to Havana, something we really haven't seen too much from Huntington. I think you and I were both expecting Dorado, but maybe Valpo is going to know what's up if they end up on that map. Huntington has some crafty strats, but they've done it a few times this season, and I'm not sure what they're going to get up to on Havana, so clearly a little bit of mystery in the map pick.
It is a little bit of mystery in the map pick, but it's as we said, both of these teams have some expert level coaches, and they sit down and they plan very well for the time ahead. It's kind of like Batman. You give him a lot of time, he's going to be ready for anything you throw at him. And I think when you have Batman versus Batman, it's hard to tell who's going to come out on top.
What a movie that would be. I hope someday we get it. Like, you know, the
Martha?
Spider-Verse. Let's get all the Batman from years
Mar-
past. Get them in there. Let's make it happen, DC. I really want to see it. Nuke, as we get in, sides are not going to swap. It is going to be Valpo defending here, Huntington attacking. So we will probably see Huntington's craftiness very early on in this round to get the ball rolling. And Nuke, like you were saying about the importance of coaching, after map 2, we're going to be going to a short break. So if things aren't going well for either team, that's when we're going to see some of the best adjustments we can watch a team make, because these two teams always have something going. There is a big brain behind these big 6 starters. And what are they going to get up to? Havana about to be underway. Nuke, does Huntington bring it back, or does Valpo go up 2-0?
I don't see a world where Huntington doesn't bring it back, but I also didn't imagine a world where Huntington lost in the first round. Also, it seems as though your gods of production have given you a sense of blasphemy, as Huntington is on the defense and Valpo is on attack, as they have swap sides.
A late call there must have come in. Yeah, I'm interested to see Valpo actually choosing to attack first. They want to set the tone. And honestly, in a matchup like this where the team you're playing against is not used to losing a map, maybe they feel they have the momentum and they can come up with a big attacking round to just boom Huntington on map 2 and get an easy win.
That's what they're going to need. I mean, if they go down 2-0, that's going to be tough to come back from, Berkeley.
It really is. We have not seen Huntington in a spot like that ever. We haven't seen Valpo in a spot like that ever as well. So mental obviously going to be a factor when one of these teams goes down to a significant score in the game. Valpo staying on a very similar team composition like they were just on, and their rotation along the left side of spawn will be totally caught out. Lil Flaps and Abroth fall almost immediately. Trashboat stepping up the game, the main tank right in the gates of the Valpo spawn.
And this is a very popular way to hold this map, because even if you lose your defense or your stronghold outside of the spawn room, then you still have time to get back and defend. Whereas if you hang back, you're allowing a lot of room for them to get up to. Trashboat shield decimated, but returning with the fire strike, taking out Lil Flaps and sending him Lil Flappy Bird flying back to base.
And that's 2 fights in a row where Trashboat just goes, yeah, I'm pinning it. Something you don't want to see in ranked ever, but when you have the peel that Huntington does on your squad, Trashboat is free to send a lot of those charges, and now already has that Earth Shatter as Lil Flap sits at just 66%. We could see a big main tank play here. Rozak with the opening Elim there onto Abroth, as it is still Valpo struggling to get out of spawn. Oh, and a beautiful Maywall. That is going to be Lil Flap's life claim.
And Huntington is executing the strategy well here. They understand Fruity Bops loves to play the Zarya, so Prozac said, let me switch over to May and allow the rest of your team to just have a real bad time. Scoop remaining on this Cole Cassidy, though, may not be what they're looking for. Abroth also felling exceptionally low. They're actually going to throw the Blizzard inside of the spawn room to further this this presence that they have outside of their spawn.
And this is just sheer aggression we are seeing from Huntington. They are making Valpo pay for attacking first right now, but it is Trashboat dropping to the Deadeye from Scoot there, and now Lil Flaps has a free shatter to claim the life of Ginger, and they will finally get some progression on this payload, but it has been 2 minutes gone by, and Huntington will be out in plenty of time to keep defending this first objective.
Yeah, it will be a matter of stagger, though. Michael actually did fall. I actually had missed that. I was going to say Michael trying to get back, but falling will allow him to reset and, return with the rest of the team. Huntington coming back now with 4 ultimates, as they have expertly just used the Blizzard thus far to hold Valpo in the spawn room. Valpo needed to make some changes. We're going to see the amplification matrix dropped to kick off this fight. Diva Bomb thrown in the background. The self-destruct won't take any lives, though. That will be Trashboat with a massive Earth Shatter in the backline, swinging away with that massive hammer.
Not able to do too much with the nano boost there from Doxic, but it's okay as the damage was done. Still, though, in this next fight, they will only have their damage-dealing ultimates in the Blizzard and the Symmetra Wall. Not going to actually deal a lot of damage are those ultimates from those slots, but they're the only tools that they have to work with. The Sim Wall now thrown up, might keep the Valpo front line at bay, and already pushing the aggression here as the Blizzard gets tossed in. An easy elimination onto Tororo and Scoot are found, and still it is just Valpo with dwindling time, only 35 seconds left in their attack.
Yeah, Huntington giving them an absolute slobber knocker on Havana and not allowing Valpo any movement for growth or even breathing. If there's one thing I've learned, fine establishments love fine dining and breathing, and Huntington is shutting all of that down here and now.
And here they're going to have to farm up those ultimates that they're working with pretty fast, as Valpo is coming with a threat on the board in the form of a rocket barrage. Abroth is going to try and work her way around here onto the right side, closing the distance. getting as much value out of that as they possibly can, but they go down to X Michael. The hit scan gone. Used to playing Counter-Strike, totally fine with dealing damage as Baptiste, and it should be Huntington here. In overtime, it burns down. The contest is not there for Valpo, and Huntington with a fantastic hold on their first map pick.
It's as I said, Berkeley. It's gonna be whoever comes to the table prepared. Sure, it's imperative to be adaptive, right? You have to acknowledge what they're throwing at you and switch accordingly. However, if the strategy is just so tightly sealed that there's no way to get in, like Valpo just found themselves in, then that's going to be the team that takes the map. And I feel like this is going to be the back and forth action we're going to see in this grand finals.
And I think it could, Nuke. We just had a showcase of what a map pick means in this matchup. Havana gets thrown on the board, Junkertown was banned, and Valpo are scratching their heads. How did we just beat this team in a map and then get so thoroughly dominated here on our opening push? They chose to attack first. They had an idea in mind, but Huntington, they had all the answers.
Oh, yeah, Huntington. It's like when Valpo was taking a test and they're probably looking over trying to get some answers. Huntington was like, nah. We got the cheat sheet here and you ain't taking it from us. Bit of a roster swap coming out as well. I guess not roster swap, but character swap coming out on the side of Huntington as well. As they're looking for a little bit more aggression. Prozac switching over to the Hanzo and Ginger back on the Reaper.
A couple of swaps here as the Havana gates open and our second round is underway. Huntington, they need to even this one back up. They don't have to push the payload far, but if they fail to do it here, that is going to be hard to come back from. Valpo, they're tasked with a marathon defense, 4 minutes of a point-blank hold, and already the payload is just dangerously close to where it needs to go, and Prozac already headshotting down Scoot. Missing their damage dealer is going to be the Valpo Beacon squad, and already on the back foot, they've got to retreat. Lil Flap awfully low there, but able to stay alive, and Trashboat runs through that door, swinging the hammer like a madman, completely possessed. They want to claim more kills, but Nuke, they're not easy to find.
No, they're hard to find. In fact, and they're getting it really close to their destination. Valpo have slipped up a little bit, holding back on this one. Both amplification matrices are dropped on either side. The sound barrier will follow suit, as will Fruity Bob's Gravitic Flux into a massive on an anti-nade waiting them at the bottom. Night Fury taking out Trash Boat, and that's going to be the rest of Huntington throwing it all at them. Prozac taking out Chororo, and they're going in. They need to take out the Orisa, and look behind them. Huntington is still on top. Will they take it? Scoot is trying to take out the backline. That's going to be Abaroth trying to get in. And that will be Huntington taking the second game. Havana is theirs.
It's their map pick. It's their victory. This game is evened up at 1 apiece. X Michael here with the play of the game. We're going to be heading into a short intermission. Valpo are going to be having the map pick. We'll see just how powerful it is for them. But here, let's just watch X Michael in overtime. A moment of silence for you, please. Nice.
Nice.
Well,
Nice.
Nuke, that's
Nice.
2 in the books. It hasn't disappointed. Huntington did not get 4-0'd. My prediction is already wrong, and that's totally okay. I didn't want them to get 4-0'd anyway. They are my favorite team to cast. They have been since week 1 when you and I got to cast them in their debut game. And honestly, I'm happy to see them bring it to a Titan in Valpo. That is only the second map all season that Valpo has dropped, Nuke. How about that?
That is insane. But it's as I said when we started this set, Burke, that one of these teams was going to have a tarnished reputation when they left, in the sense that they're going to lose a map. And both teams have now lost a map. So as we head further into these grand finals, it's only going to get stickier and crazier. But stay tuned. We'll be right back after this short break. Huntington versus Valparaiso.
And we are back. We are on the edge of our seats for the national championship for the NECC Navigators Division. I'm Alt Charge alongside Nuclear, and it has not disappointed so far. We are all tied up, and next we are headed to Hybrid.
Ooh, and I'm excited to see what map we're headed to next, specifically Berkeley. Both these teams now have one under their belt, so it is even ground going into the next round. And maybe Valpo got a little bit of a taste of what Huntington can dish out in that last map, and will strategize appropriately in the map choice.
Yeah, and they do get their map choice, like you said, and we saw just how OP that was for Huntington. Valpo, I hope you scrimmed hard and have your favorite maps because you are going to be tested here. We actually do have the roster if we want to throw it up here for Valpo. Take a look at some of the teams we've got going on. Nuke, on this Valpo squad, who we got?
Well, we've got Abroth twice. We got Lil Flaps, Fruity Bops, Chororo, and Night Fury on the side of Valparaiso.
Yeah, and on the side of Huntington, don't know if we actually have the roster graphic yet, but that's totally fine. That there is some highlights that I wanted to mention, and of course, this being a spring final, both of these schools I think have actually finished their academic year. Am I right, Nuke?
Yeah, both of these teams have finished their academic year, and summertime, baby. That's exactly why I think going into these grand finals, this is bigger brain than what you guys probably are thinking at home. Both of these teams don't have school to worry about. Some of them may have summer jobs, but more than likely they haven't started yet. So this is a good loo in between the end of their collegiate season and the beginning of their summer to really put their focus down on what they need to do to win this national championship.
Yeah, and like you said, it is summertime, but for two of these players out here, for Prozac and T-Brain, it is adult time. They were seniors, they have graduated. This will be how they remember the very ending of their collegiate experience. They're hoping to end it with an Overwatch title here. They won their divisional championship, so already something to be very proud of, but this would just be another candle atop the cake for them.
And that's so impressive to think about because this was their first semester. They didn't compete in the fall, they didn't play. And in their first semester, they went 11-0 and are now playing on a national stage. What a better way to spend your senior year, Berkeley, truly.
Yeah, pretty awesome way to spend it as well. Wish my college that I went to had an esports program like that. We were just starting up, only a club, not into any leagues, but it was still fun to play with the gamers. But this is a whole nother level. And Nick, we just got word of the map picks and bans. Numbani is off the table, and we are going to be headed to Blizzard World, not Kings Row. It's been a couple games in a row now where we actually haven't seen Kings Row be the first hybrid map pick. That's almost never the case, but Blizzard World will be a pretty good stage for map number 3.
You know what I think about Blizzard World?
What do you think about Blizzard World?
I think it's pretty cool.
All right.
I can't do it.
Yes!
I can't do it. He got me this time. He got me this time, folks. But
I
exactly,
started
it's
to
pretty.
sweat, dude. I'm red in the face right now.
I listen. I'm not wrong though. He's not wrong.
I'm telling you
Blizzard
my
World,
demo reel.
an interesting choice for both of these teams though, and I'm glad. As it should. An interesting choice going into this next map because there is a lot of flexibility in comps you can play on Blizzard World, and as we saw in the previous round, Huntington likes to play that Mei, and Mei can be very dominant on this map.
Yeah, they love to play Mei. They're a huge fan of running a Mei and a Cole Cassidy, maybe switching one of those out for a Reaper, but you're right, Nuke. This is a map that transforms as you progress through it. First point is a very long walk, a very good sightline to run something like a double shield, double sniper, going heavy on the poke damage. Second point, you can see this high ground here. That is pivotal to finding success on that objective, so a more mobile comp starts to make its way to the forefront of your choices, and then back into third point. Once we enter the castle, things kind of close up a little bit, and that's where we could see some more brawl. But Valpo, they're the attacking squad here. Their composition is not final, but taking a look over at Huntington, I think they're doing the right thing. Double shield, Ginger on the Cassidy, Prozac on the Junkrat. That's a lot of damage to navigate through.
Yeah, and we are in the Navigators division, so navigating is exactly what they're going to have to do, Berkeley. Abroth on the Reaper right now, and I think we may or could see a switch back over to the Pharah. Pharah's pretty dominant in these first 2 points and can work exceptionally well with the composition that they've decided to choose, but only time will tell. Interesting that they are running this Reinhardt Zarya again. They're trying to run a more brawl composition, but they're gonna have to get in there to do the damage.
And they're running it without the Lucio too, which isn't something I often like to see, so Night Fury is going to be tasked with doing a whole lot of damage as the Zenyatta here. That Discord Orb has to be on all the proper targets to amp up the focus fire, and we'll see what Valpo can get up to in our first fight.
Well, they're pushed back quite a bit first, and they're having to regroup. They don't want to stay in these side rooms for too long, Berkeley, because Prozac is just going to keep putting those bombs back there. That's going to be Doxic getting a kill on Scoop with the first anti-grenade. First kill of the match.
And Doxic is always so fantastic on the Ana. She was our player of the match the last time you and I casted this Huntington squad. Just really doing a fantastic job the entire season, supporting the squad, adding damage whenever they're on Lucio even, or chucking in those anti-nades, hitting big purples, and setting the tempo for the rest of the Huntington composition here. We're starting to get some ultimates online. X-Michael has that Ant Matrix, as does Chiroro, and that Fire Strike through the Ant Matrix scorches Doxic there. Prozac responds with a kill trade onto Scoot. Oh, Lil Flap sends another Fire Strike through. That one even more effective. It finds two. Isn't enough for Valpo to take the objective.
It probably will be enough. We'll see how Trash Boat holds their own. The answer is not enough. Valpo will take it with only 2 on the board, though. That was a very scrappy fight back and forth.
A very long fight. It took 2 minutes just for the first 2 fights of Blizzard World, and that is where that long walk out of the attacking spawn really comes into play here. But as we head into point number 2, how key will this high ground be? How will Valpo seize it with their composition? They have no Lucio. They're relying on a lot of damage, but not as much tank mobility.
I feel as though Night Fury is bait on that Zenyatta. Sure, it's a very easy target to take if you can get to it, and I think that's what they're trying to play to here. It's like putting the meat in front of the dog. Oh!
That should be a wrap on that fight. Huntington get flattened right there, Nuclear. A big Earth Shatter we saw from Lil Flaps, coupled with the Tactical Visor from Scoot. Huntington, they burned through Doxic's Nano. They will have 4 ultimates to get back into the mix, though.
They will have 4 ultimates getting back in, but I don't know if the trade-off is there, Berkeley. They should have maybe used some ultimates to retaliate or even initiate that fight before Lil Flaps had the chance to drop that Earth Shatter. Massive anti-nade to kick off this fight.
And Ginger's Deadeye finds that Elam onto Night Fury right before the Transcendence was going to come online. They've got to be careful, though. Only 2 minutes till the payload reaches the checkpoint, and it looks like it is going to be Huntington burning a lot of their resources here, but it is enough to get the hold.
Yeah, they are pretty close. 2 meters left, and they have 3 minutes on the clock to make it happen. Huntington had to use 2 of their ultimates to make that hold happen. However, they still have the supercharger online, and the amplification matrix is in the back pocket of Michael. They're gonna have to look out for 2 of, probably 3 of the most quintessential ultimates on the side of Valparaiso. They have the Death Blossom, they have the Graviton Surge, and they have the immortality of Zenyatta's ultimate.
Abroth here popping up to the flank with the Reaper teleport. It has the deadliest ultimate in the lobby in hand right now. It is Lil Flaps lining up some serious damage, coupled with Abroth and the grab from 30 bombs. Here we go, Huntington. You are back to spawn, and Valpo is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, the only way they could have countered that is had Doxic hit the sleep onto Abroth coming in with that Death Blossom. That was a beautiful combination from Valparaiso, and they know how to do it well. Huntington executes very well as a roster of 6, but Valparaiso showing that they can make it happen with just 2 at a time. We saw the Earth Shatter into the ultimate coming out from the Soldier 76, the Tactical Visor. It did take out the roster, and then right there we saw the Graviton Surge. Massive anti-nade actually coming onto the side of Valparaiso, going to force him to back up just a tad.
just a tad here, and they're ready to go back in and rumble with the Earth Shatter and Ant Matrix they have again. Lil Flaps so good at sending those fire strikes through. The supercharger popped here, the window goes up, but the payload blocks the fire strike. Not gonna matter though, as the visor is there, has some secondary damage, and it is popping off through the window, as is Fruity at high charge in the front line, and everyone on Huntington has to run scared.
Scared is an understatement. They're gonna have to run for the hills entirely. They have 1 meter to make it. They're not gonna make it there in time, as we see T-Brain trying to dive in with the Diva. It's not gonna be enough, and round 1 will be completed for Valparaiso with 2 minutes and 49 seconds left on that ticker.
And I really was not so certain about the Valparaiso composition with Night Fury on the Zenyatta, but I think adding that damage, playing the long sightlines of Blizzard World is what they were hoping for. The Transcendent's also a great ultimate to bail your team out. Lucio, of course, has a sound barrier, it does the same thing. Speed Boost is a great tool of engaging and disengaging, but the discords were over the right target's shoulders on the side of Huntington, and I don't think Huntington really had it in them to just withstand that level of focus fire that one of the best teams, if not the best team, will decide it tonight, can bring here in the Navigators division.
It's not just about who has the best strategy, because both of these teams have shown that they have immensely good strategies. It's about how adaptive they are and what they can dish and throw back. And so far, I'm seeing Valpo just consistently doing a better job of backing up, biding their time, and then berating Huntington for any mistake that they make. So Huntington now is going to have to look at what they want to do for this attack. We are going to see Ginger switch over to the Tracer, as it could have an impact on this backline. We're going to look for Chororo and Night Fury in the coffin.
And Valpo doing a similar thing as Huntington, rocking the double shield on defense with the Junkrat for a little added unpredictable spam. Night Fury on the Zenyatta still. I think that pick looks even better here on defense. Huntington had a tough time dealing with it on their defense. We'll see how they do on the attack as they just go right up to the high ground. And this is always the nice rotation we see them take. They will be rushing the backside of the objective and taking the high ground right behind the point.
Yeah, they've tried this before, but Abroth is going to get a cheeky pick on Prozac, as there was a trap awaiting them coming around. Prozac does have the legs, though, and can make it back in time. It's going to be Ginger looking for some spice on the Valparaiso roster, trying to get around, but is noticed immediately by Fruity Bops.
And how long can they hold on to this high ground without being threatened by the Valpo squad below? It is going to be Huntington eventually having to drop down on this corner, committing their immortality field to just keep them alive in their efforts, but being held back by the halt of Lil Flaps, and the tanks of Valpo doing a great job just staving off this Huntington front line. But I don't think they can do it much longer as the clock is ticking. The resources for Valpo are low. A rotation comes through along the outside of the objective, but it is caught in its tracks. Huntington responding well, and they take objective number 1.
Yeah, that was just oppressive play all around from Huntington. Valparaiso had the sight of mind to just back off the point, recognize that they had their immortality field down, and it was likely the call to wrap around, throw up the amplification matrix to bide more time for that field to come back up and a re-engage to happen. However, Huntington noticed this early and acquired the picks before Valparaiso could make a significant move.
And all Valpo had in that last fight too was the Ant Matrix from Chororo. Now they're going to be working with a few more tools, a Riptire, a Supercharger, and a Gravitic Flux. Also, Transcendence and Scoot with Attack Visor coming online in just a moment. And kicking things off here will be the Riptire. That is enough to find Doxic, and now the engagement tool for this Huntington squad is gone. Can't make your rotations very well without the Lucio, and it is Aberoth popping off here with that elimination onto Ginger. That makes 3.
Yeah, this Junkrat is ripping and tearing as Abroth just secured that fight for Valparaiso, took the 1v1 in 3 separate occasions, and clutched the victory of each one. It's going to be huge for Valpo as they're looking to hold here. Huntington has to keep up this momentum if they want to match the energy Valparaiso gave them on attack.
Yeah, that last fight, they were just trying to push the objective as a squad, so here, hopefully they're able to fight on the high ground. I don't expect them to continue to push low ground fight after fight here, but Valpo, they make it difficult to get up to that height. They're rocking the double shield still, and very oppressive damage from above that can stay at range. It is just a deadly squad on the side of Valpo, and early Gravitic Flux comes out here. That should do a number onto Huntington. Ginger drops to Night Fury, and Fruity is in the backline on Sigma, lacing in the Hyperspheres, but Huntington, still, they're not quite unscathed, but they remain 5 strong and looking to push onto this high ground. A slam here, the shatter lands, as does the bomb. See you later, Tororo. Valpo now looking a little bit weak. Could the payload continue to drive, or does Valpo respond?
Valpo has to respond here. They want to hold this defense, but it doesn't look like they're going to get the ability to do so. However, I want to just talk a second about their ability to play around these massive gravitic fluxes. Valparaiso, every gravitic flux that they've had, there's been an answer awaiting the bottom of that flux, whether it be Night Fury's charged attack or whether it be the Churoro's anti-nade in the last round that we saw. How Valparaiso is moving around these gravitic fluxes and getting these picks is just nothing short of professional and expert.
There was a great play and a great angle taken there in that last fight by Fruity, but Huntington just had the resources and stood strong with 5 members and never said die in that last fight.
Yeah. Going into this next fight, though, Huntington does have 3, and they're going to use 2 immediately. They're going to try to get the Pulse Bomb off. That will take out the Immortality Field and nothing else. The Immortality Field remains for Huntington, but not for long. That is going to be a Riptire sitting to the back line. Prozac, it looks like jumping off the map?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Going for the reset there as quick as those little legs can go. Into the abyss goes Prozac. Huntington are not working with many resources, so they know in their minds they have to go with a couple economy fights here because Valpo is sitting on a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Valparaiso has 3, and as we've seen and as we just discussed, that Gravitic Flux could be everything they need. Scoot on this Tactical Visor is also just a force to be reckoned with.
We'll see what they can get up to here. They definitely have the advantage in terms of resources. Will they choose it to be this fight that they want to win, or will they hold on and just try and win at the buzzer of the round? Freebops comes out with the Flux here. They pop everything. The Visor, the Supercharger. It is so lethal. The Flux finds 3. The Visor there to finish off the rest.
Yeah, that was amazing positioning coming out from Scoot, awaiting on the high ground for the right moment of attack. Fruity bops, hitting the Gravitic Flux, throwing everyone in the air. The Tactical Visor was popped, and Huntington was a bunch of sitting ducks at that point.
And now Valpo even has the lead in time. Huntington was coming into this point with almost 4 minutes, but now they're looking like they just are needing to finish this map. They're hoping to take it with time on the clock. If they're at 0 seconds by the time they cap 3rd point, they won't even get an overtime effort. And here they have to reset quick. You cannot win this without Trash Boat.
Yeah, you need Trash Boat. You need your main tank throwing up the shield to get in there. Bull Flaps is going to get antied, but won't really do much for the Huntington roster. Going to take the more conventional approach, trying to take and storm the main doors of the castle as the Tactical Visor from Prozac is popped.
Through the Ant Matrix as well, but Night Fury there with the Transcendence to counter. It is going to be Trash Boat with the Earth Shatter, lays it down. It costs his life, but it finds the Elim onto Churoro, coming through with the tire here, and it gets the kill onto Doxic. Prozac and T-Brain down as well. Valpo still making a stand.
Man, Valparaiso, all players are on full fire. Abroth is just going through a tear. And Huntington's backline throwing those bombs and maneuvering around the tanks to get to the targets desired.
And what are we going to have in this upcoming fight? Just a self-destruct on the side of Huntington, nearing a nano boost. But now in their final minute, they've got to game plan something. They've got to get their resources in order. An opening pick here by Prozac is a very good start. That should back up Valpo. And as the self-destruct comes in, gets caught on that high ground. Oh, but it catches Night Fury unaware. But now it's going to be a Flux responding with a Supercharger, with a Visor. They've cycled these ultimates before. It's a great success. Here, though, it only finds 1. Make it 2 as Doxic drops. T-Brain gets the nano before Doxic goes down, and T-Brain trying to close in onto the back line, rushes down Abroth with a little bit of help in the wings from Ginger. The Payload is progressing. 20 seconds to reach its mark.
They are taking the fight right back to them. Trash Boat and T-Brain playing around each other as well as they can. That will be a Discord Orb ending Trash Boat's life currently, though. Ginger taking out Chiroro. That will be a support for support trade. Night Fury around the back corner will take out a demect T-Brain. Brozak taking out Abroth. It is an absolute slobber knocker back and forth, but that leaves no more members of Huntington there. Scratch that. That will be Trash Boat coming back with Hammond, but that will just be Trash Boat returning as the rest of Huntington falls a tad short. Valparaiso takes the third map.
And Nuke, map picks OP here in the grand final so far. Valpo picked Nepal. They won Nepal. They picked Blizzard World. They won Blizzard World. Huntington will have the pick back in their hands, and we could end up with a 2-2 score, but here it was just Valpo dominance on third point. Huntington looked good in their early attack, but just completely stopped entering into the castle, and that is how we have the scoreline of 2-1 for Valparaiso.
Yeah, an incredible bout from both teams in that third map, though. In Blizzard World, it seems as though Valparaiso just had the ticket a little bit sooner and had the fast pass to get through.
Yeah, the fast pass is what it takes sometimes. And, anytime you get the final point in a hybrid map with over 2 minutes, that's a very good time bank. Sometimes we see more, but anytime you really get over 90 seconds, you're very happy with that. So Valpo, they opened up on attack. They chose a wonky composition, throwing on a Zenyatta instead of a Lucio, and definitely Huntington was not prepared for the added damage, and it showed there. We'll just have to see going into map number 4 if that Zenyatta pick sticks around for Valparaiso or if some changes are made.
I certainly hope so. I mean, I feel like Night Fury on the Zenyatta was adding so much value. The only thing that could get through that Transcendence damage was a self-destruct, and you have to be incredibly close to that self-destruct for it to kill if you're next to the Transcending Zenyatta.
Yeah, you really do. You got to be just about point blank with no objects in front of you. Headed over to Escort next. That was actually the map that Huntington dominated on, if you remember Havana, and it was just a little bit ago. But after, a map in between, maybe some new chatters joining us, Huntington came away on their map pick with a full hold defense and then ran through, and it only took them 2 fights to complete what they needed to steal that map away. Going back into Escort, do you think they remain strong in that game mode? What do you think they pick?
It's tough. I think as of right now, Valparaiso is really shining in these smaller corridors and doing well at executing their strategy when they have everyone sort of grouped up. On the other end, we're seeing Huntington do exceptionally well when they have their strategy down par. No matter really the environment, if they're just comfortable in that environment, they execute well. However, it seemed as though in Blizzard World they didn't have any cheeky strategies to really get them all the way to the end and really couldn't catch Valparaiso off guard or surprise them with any tactics. Valparaiso just seemed ready for everything they threw at them. So going into this next Escort map, I think that's going to be a main determination is how ready both sides are for whatever the other side dishes.
Yeah, in every single map we've played so far, we've seen just at least one tiny change to each team's composition. In that last map, that was the first time we really saw Huntington rocking the double shield, and it didn't quite work out for them. They're very good at that composition. They might be the best in the division if it wasn't just for Valpo being just a little bit better. But I think if we end up more on a brawl map or a dive map and we get different looks at these teams, if Valpo has to pick something that isn't double shield, maybe they get a little bit more uncomfortable. And Nuke, I think we are headed to Route 66, correct?
Yes, the gods have blessed me with the knowledge. Route 66 was banned. The map that we're going into will be Rialto.
Ah, Route 66 was banned. I
Mm.
heard something in the cans here, but I wasn't quite sure what it was. I only made out the 66, but I'm glad you're on the ball here. A very similar map to Havana, probably the most similar escort map to Havana they could have picked. I'm wondering, are they going to defend spawn just like they did on their previous escort pick?
Hands down, they defend spawn. If they don't, I'm gonna riot. I'm gonna riot. I'm just gonna say it now. I'm gonna riot if they don't. Actually, I could see it going either way. I do see them defending spawn though, because even if you get on the other side of the bridge, it's pretty easy to push the payload on that side, unless we try to play some cheeky picks to pull them off the bridge, I guess like a Roadhog or a Lucio, but I see Valparaiso having no hard time getting across that bridge. Where they may find a bit of difficulty is if they're held at spawn by Huntington, and Huntington holds them right at the edge of that main hotel building as they enter the main area right before the edge of the first point.
Well, we'll see if they want to amp up the aggression just like last time. Nuke, I agree with you. I think it is the look that they should be going for. Just hold the doors, send a message, make Valpo as uncomfortable as possible, as early as possible in this round, because Valpo has all the momentum. Again, anytime you win a map in this national championship, you're winning a map against a team that is not used to losing. And we keep on reiterating that point because it is so important in esports. You're so used to success and you're coming up short. Huntington, they've got to find a way to start playing their style of Overwatch and steal Havana back.
I think
Rialto.
Rialto, exactly. I think they have attempted to play their style of Overwatch this entire series, and where they're falling short is this target switching that's necessary, specifically target priority. Who are they going for immediately? And I think that either has to be Abroth or Night Fury. As they try to enter these fights, Abroth just usually is getting that first pick, and Night Fury's Discord Orb is proving to be difficult to wrap their heads around and get engaged in these fights.
And it is so difficult to close the distance and find that elimination onto Night Fury. Zenyatta has no damage fall off, can play as far back in the back line and play the space as well as they want. So Night Fury, very difficult to find, but you're right, probably the most important person to take down on this comp. That Discord Orb just adds so much value when your team is so good at focusing.
And obviously Chiroro is a target. I mean, you want to take out the Immortality field and really cripple the defense of Valpo, but it's going to be hard to do so with Night Fury there impeling. As we've entered this map, disappointment has already set in as Huntington has decided to run a more double shield composition and hold back. Valpo already well underway, almost a third of the way to halfway to their first point.
Huntington do hold back, but they drop down to the corner. That's fairly traditional for this map. And Lil Flaps back onto the Reinhardt here, sticking with the Rein Zen composition. They love to brawl up front with a little bit of more shielding, adding the Sigma and Fruity Bops. And here we see Huntington on the back foot. A good halt there, but no eliminations found on the back of it. Instead, it is Lil Flaps scorching X-Michael with that Fire Strike. Trash Boat down as well. Look at Night Fury go. We are just so well aware that there is damage being done from the support slot.
Yeah, Fury is the best way to describe it, Berkeley. Is Night Fury is not allowing any breathing room for Huntington, choking them of any oppression they had. Huntington now backing up and looking for a new hold. We will see a bit of a switch. Prozac going over to the Junkrat, and T-Brain going back over to the D.Va as we push on to the second point.
Junkrat versus Junkrat again, but currently with a big advantage is going to be Abroth. Almost has the first rip tire of the round. Lil Flaps gets knocked off of that ledge here in the hotel, and the tanks for Huntington, if they choose, they can push right in and claim this, and it is very important ground on this map. Prozac there trades the elimination with Scoot. Abroth goes down with a rip tire in hand, and it should be Huntington here.
Yeah, Huntington going to attempt to take this. However, look at the side of Valpo. They do have quite a bit of ultimates online, and Valparaiso has some more members there to defend. It's just going to take a couple more to get in line, allow this to happen. Gravitic Flux is underway, and it's going to be paired with the Tactical Visor going for the backline. We are going to see the Transcendence pop to try to defend this backline as well. Ginger will find a pick onto Flaps. Scoot taking out T-Brain, and from the top turnbuckle will be Ginger with the massive Death Blossom.
Massive indeed, finds both supports, also took down the Riptire for Abroth. And that ultimate has been so huge in this series so far, but Ginger gets the better of it there with the Blossom. What a beautifully executed play there, but Valpo, they're hanging around. Both tanks are back. They would love to re-engage fast. The tempo is so jacked for both of these teams.
Absolutely. I mean, Valpo is now halted and stuck at this corner. Huntington doing a great job of holding them there, and I think they're recognizing that this is their win condition. Prozac now switching over to the Mei, trying to stop them here, and throwing up these walls and getting these freezes could be what they need. However, Scoot will find a couple of picks and scoot this cart right along.
The May has worked well for them tonight. We'll see what they can get up to here as the second point is just 15 meters away. Ginger having to raid form out of that fight, and now Trash Boat connects with an easy pin onto Lil Flaps, who is walled off there. Prozac with some good plays. Trash Boat has the shatter to lay down. Will he pop it? He's trying to eye it up, but here it is pick after pick found by Fruity. The shatter comes in with that elim on the scoot just before the visor comes online. Valpo backing up for now. They've got two members mixing it up in the front line, but Abroth goes down to the fire strike. Transcendence having to be popped here to save them, try and buy themselves back into this fight. Nuke, I'm not sure it's enough.
It is not enough, and I think the reason is because Prozac is on this May. Valpo cannot get in without getting frozen at this point, and that is gonna be their win condition, is taking out Prozac on this May to get onto the second point.
And now Prozac will have the Blizzard. Ginger with another Death Blossom that was so effective last time. Abroth, though, looking to get some value out of this next Riptire. That last one was taken down by the Blossom, but here they're looking to find a lot more. Hopefully she's able to succeed with the ultimate. Right now it is Huntington holding the height here. And it is the Riptire coming out right behind Trash Boat. Can't shield that in time, and the visor comes out. Lacking a shield is the Huntington squad, and they start to drop like flies. X-Michael falls there, as does Ginger. Those members with ultimates on the board are now sent back to spawn, and second point collected for Valpo.
All of that was from a single pick by Abroth, and maybe that's what they look for moving forward, is how to open up these fights. All right, we have a Riptire. Who do we need to take out to have the most effective fight that we possibly can with the least amount of casualties and ultimates? And Valparaiso recognized they had to take out Trash Boat, get him out of the fight, and then engage with that oh so necessary tactical visor from Scoot.
Exactly, that shield for Trash Boat is necessary to deal with the tack visor, and without it there in the last fight, it was pretty easy work. Trash Boat here goes for a risky pin, and it does not pay off. Instead, it is going to be Lil Flaps with 2 eliminations here. Ginger is down, as is Trash Boat. That's the burst damage and the main tank, and you do not want to lose that here against the Valpo squad. That is a lot of your staying power in this fight. Trying to collect the kill here onto T-Brain, and they will. Pilot form also eliminated for the Baby Diva. And Valpo, they've got some resources if they choose to finish this map. They can heavily invest, and they do.
Ooh, Scoot prematurely popping the tactical visor after taking out Doxic and eliminating him. Trash Boat sitting with the Earth Shatter, biding and waiting time, waiting for the rest of the team. We are going to see the Earth Shatter popped first from Lil Flaps, but the team turns on Little Flaps, understanding that is where we engage. We heard the Earth Shatter. We need to go in now.
What a great read, too, from Trash Boat, just peeling to the right, letting his own team get shattered, but there with the pin to save the lives of their supports. Coming up with a quick 3K was Huntington, but these fights, they happen so fast. Valpo is already back. They threaten with a Riptire and a Transcendence to keep the team sustained in this upcoming Brawl fight. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Abroth again, trying to just eye what could be such a massive Riptire, but Prozac comes up with the first kill.
That will be Prozac with the first kill, but Scoot will return onto that immortality field, taking it out immediately. Prozac looking for a cheeky pick, and they will find it. That will be green light go as the rest of Huntington pushes in to stagger this Valparaiso roster, as they desperately need all the time possible to get this point underway and reclaim victory on this map.
And now, Nuke, we are down to our final minute of this attack for Valpo. Huntington trying to make a good stand here on third and get the map pick back in their favor.
I would say Berkeley, though, they have this fight going in their favor with Abroth's Riptire. If they're able to find the target they need to secure this fight, that could be it. We are going to see the field popped. We are going to see the Gravitic Flux come out. Will the Matrix have any value? I don't think so. They won't be in position for it, as the Blizzard's now going to be dropped as well on point, and it's a brawl back and forth. Ginger finding the pick on Scoot. Abroth ulting Prozac right in his face and shooting these mines under the cart.
Is it enough, though? Valpo is just clinging to such low tanking resources. I'm not sure how long they can stay in this fight without using that Transcendence for Night Fury. Here, They are faced against the Ant Matrix window thrown up by X Michael. Scoot makes his way back into the fray here, popping the visor from the back line, collects the kill onto Ginger. They need more here as the overtime wick starts to burn. Scoot has found 2, but Abroth is felled. They need this so bad. Valpo with 2 more kills. It could be enough. The payload still with some distance to go, but I'm not sure Huntington get out back in time. I don't think they stabilize. Here it looks like it's all Valpo, and it will be.
Oh! The Rock stopped T-Brain Dwayne Johnson from downtown Fruity Pops. Hitting that rock on the Hammond was exactly what was necessary to get that payload on track.
And they're so fortunate to complete the map here. Huntington, they don't have a win condition this round. They sure were close, though. The payload almost parked for good on this final corner of third point, but Valpo were able to push through.
Valpo did push through, and they got it just in the nick of time, Berkeley. Oh man, Alt Charge, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about this attack. Huntington has to bring the smackdown if they want this map, because Valpo pushed it all the way to the end.
Yeah, it is time for a statement round from Huntington. They need this third point with so much time on the clock. Send a message that Valpo is not going to run away with it. And if Valpo win here, Nuke, they are on grand final point. What an exciting time for them. It is about to get to the point in the match where hands get awfully shaky.
It's so crazy too, Berkeley, because I would want to crown both of these teams as champions. They've well deserved it throughout their tenure in this playoff bracket for nationals and in their respective divisional bracket, but only one champion can be crowned. And Valpo is really trying to ensure it will be them carrying the cup.
We'll just have to see what Huntington can get to work for them here. Prozac onto the Hanzo now. Ginger sticking on the Reaper. I think that pick worked awfully well on their defense. Of course, the map was completed by Valpo, but Ginger was up to no good. If you are a Valpo player, Ginger was a menace the entire duration of the round, but here the menace seems to be Scoot. Up on the high ground and not many threats to dive them, but it will be going into the back line. T-Brain as the Diva, not able to peel out in time, though almost gets D-Mech. Trash boat falls as well. The tanking not quite synced up where it needed to be for Huntington.
Not quite. They are going to have to reset on this one, and it's best to do it now rather than wait. They need to get into position. They need to have everyone here. Valpo having the better hold on this first point already as they've halted and thwarted Huntington's attempt to get around this first corner.
And that is going to kill an exact minute of the clock here, but Prozac, that's a big pick to find. Lil Flaps has been so good for Valpo to this point. Now they're going to need ultimates to bail them out. Fruity pops the Gravitic Flux, sending in the Hyperspheres for a little bit of extra damage, but X Michael is there with the Immortality Field to keep Huntington alive for the time being. Toxic popping the sound barrier as well. They're low on ultimates now, though. Trash Boat needing to farm up this Earth Shatter, but the tire comes in, and it finds 2. As T-Brain's neck goes down, it should be Valpo here still.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be still Valpo here. Abroth is just controlling. He's conducting the flow of all of these fights as Huntington needs to get their symphony in order if they want to make it to the third act of this grand finals, because Valpo is halting them where they are and silencing any efforts they have to get through.
And both of these fights have taken a minute exactly. Now Huntington's attacking time bank is cut in half, down to 2 minutes. They only have 2 ultimates upcoming here. Trash Boat will be tasked with landing a big slam, and hopefully Ginger can get this Death Blossom to do some serious damage.
Yeah, I imagine Ginger is looking for a cheeky flake as we speak. Prozac on this Hanzo trying to get these arrows on point, looking for the target as desired. Lil Flaps throwing out, just peppering some bullets in the main area. We are going to hear the tactical visor popped, but it's going to be thwarted by the Earth Shatter. Fire Strike follow-up, but the Immortality Field will save. That's Ginger attempting the Death Blossom, but will fall as Valparaiso stops Huntington in their tracks.
Once again, they take down Huntington. Huntington, they are getting into desperation here, making major swaps. Doctic to the Ana, running the double shield now. Ginger on the Symmetra. It's always good to have a backup plan, but now you're in crunch time and it has to work on your first attempt.
It has to. I mean, you have to make this happen at this point. Trash Boat making the swap over to Sigma. T-Brain over on the Orisa, trying to make something happen, but that's going to be Knife Fury taking them out immediately. They don't even have time to set up Berkeley. Valparaiso stomps once again.
Pretty easy fight for them to win there, but they wasted no time doing it. The Gravitic Flux, the Ant Matrix, more than enough to seal the deal there. But Huntington, they actually get a little bit of a luxury there. They had the luxury of time now. I thought they only had one fight left in them and they needed to be mistake-free, but here they will go again with 20 seconds. Only a Dragon Strike and an Ant Matrix. They throw in the teleporter, trying to put some turrets in it as well, but Ginger doesn't get that one to go. The front line has to step up here. The Dragon sent through. Abrov eyeing a serious threat. The high ground Riptire. It finds two. That should be enough. Valpo has done some serious work, and they might have just stolen a map pick away from Huntington. As overtime ticks down, Valpo are on national championship point.
They certainly did, and Aproth is just an assassin on this Junkrat Berkeley. If Huntington does not have the aggression to continue fighting Valparaiso and keeping them on their back foot, they will get set up. And it's as I said at the very beginning of the series, what happens when you give Batman time? He's gonna win. Well, what happens when you have Batman v Batman? Well, you're seeing it right now. It's gonna be a matter of who's more aggressive and whose plan comes to fruition.
And right there, it was Valpo not totally threatened by the Huntington map pick. Instead, they steal it away. And in a national championship like this, stealing a map pick that was not yours is so crucial, because we saw what Huntington can get up to in our previous escort map where they had the pick in their hands. But here, it did not go their way. There was no dominance for Huntington. It was Valpo taking it, and we are at a 3-1 scoreline. Nuke, this next map could be the last of the season for both of these teams.
Yeah, Berkeley, thoughts going into this next map? Do you think it's going to be 4-1, or do you think Huntington has what it takes in the tank to get them back in this series?
Well, I know they have what it takes, but what they don't have is experience being in this situation. They've never been down like this before, and that is what I was worried about. I needed this game to be tied up at 2-2 now, because I think all of the momentum is in Valpo's hands. They know they can steal map picks away from Huntington when they've got the choice in their hand. And Nuke, I am worried. I honestly think this one does go 4-1. My early prediction was 4-0. It wasn't realistic, but here, Huntington are looking a little battered and bruised. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are the same as yours, Berkeley. I completely and wholeheartedly agree. People of Earth in chat, send Valparaiso your energy if you want them winning this next game. And people of Earth in chat who want Huntington to bring it back in this series, they need your energy, and you have just a few short seconds to make that happen. We are currently banning Lijiang Tower, and the map pick for the next map will be Busan.
But before we go to Busan, hold on to your hats. We're going for a little bit of a break here. Coaches for Huntington will get to strategize and reel in the team. Hopefully they're able to respond and get back on the score sheet and make this one a 3-2 game. But we'll know in just a few minutes. For Nuclear, I'm Alt Charge. We'll see you in just a few. Don't go anywhere. And the stage is set. It could be the final map here in our NECC Nationals Championship. Nuke, it is Valpo threatening to end this game here, and we are going to Busan. Will Huntington respond and keep their hopes alive, or will it be Valpo lifting the trophy after this map?
You know, I am an analytics guy, and I'm a realist, but I'm also an opportunist. I'd love to see Huntington come back from this, and maybe the break did them well. However, Valparaiso is just looking to have the less amount of weaknesses going into these grand finals, and their adaptive nature is just carrying them through so well so far. They don't just have the strategies, they also have the game flexibility in these fights to make it happen. And I feel like that's where Huntington is lacking just a tad.
Yeah, at least on the maps that they lost. On the one that they were victorious on, it was the most dominant match of Overwatch we've seen tonight. A full hold and a fast take. I mean, I really do think that Havana was about a 7-minute map, and that was their first escort map pick. Their second escort map pick did not go their way. Rialto was a 3-0 for Valpo as they responded with a fantastic payload push and a good defense. Here, though, Busan will be the stage for control on map 5, and the gates are 30 seconds from opening. Not a lot of changes for Valpo. Huntington sticking with a composition that worked very well for them on Havana.
Yeah, and this is the composition I think Huntington has to run if they want to win this series. Doxic on this Lucio has been oppressive as we've seen in the past, and able to get the boops off the side of the map and play around the structure in the middle of point.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And now the gates are open. Map 5 and a grand final is underway. Chat, is it going to be Valpo or is it going to be Huntington? Here in our first fight, the Reinhardts are bound to clash. It is going to be Valpo rotating far away from the point, but that'll give them the high ground to have some easy angles on Huntington below. Huntington, they've got to play safe here and bunker up. Right now, they're in a kill box as Valpo damage dealers are looking to take this high ground. Scoot can be precise. Avroth can be so deadly with those nades. And Nukin is not looking good for Huntington. They need a pick fast. Already, though, T-Brain goes down. Oh, it is spelling disaster.
Yeah, T-Brain was able to get a pick on Night Fury, however, before falling, that will be the rest of Huntington stuck on the back foot as Valparaiso is going to take this first point. This is an interesting tactic as well because we saw Busan banned in the first control map picks that we had. So now that we're going back here, it's interesting that this is the choice.
Yeah, well, clearly Valpo banned it for a reason, or I think no, Huntington had the ban the first time around. So yeah, it's a very interesting choice actually that Huntington would ban this round 1 and then come along to pick it here. But as the second fight takes place, it looks like Valpo continue to lock it down.
Yeah, little Flaps going for a cheeky charge. Gonna find the Mei wall in the Mei ice block in the way. Prozac will fall to Chororo though, and that will be their push. Valpo now sitting at 40%. Huntington needing to get to that ticker as the time is going down. Prozac almost has Blizzard online. Michael does have that window, and Doxic has the sound barrier to beat him out if they can get in position.
And the Huntington squad rolls around coast side. Earth Shatter by Lil Flaps, blocked there by Trash Boat. They're able to roll into the point now with no presence on a main tank on the side of the Valpo Beacon team. And here it looks like they've got good ground, but a Riptire comes in, doesn't actually find any eliminations. Brain actually desuited, pardon me there, but still, it does look like Valpo has this fight. They've gotten the point, they've gotten 12% taken, and now they have a long time to hold for.
Yeah, that seemed to be a pretty influential fight for Huntington, but Valparaiso touching back in, going for the Earth Shatter. Reinhardt was going for the counter charge, trying to allow that self-destruct to get some kills in. Now that's going to be Scoot with another tactical visor, the signature move. That's going to be another self-destruct in the air, but it will not find anyone. T-Brain going for a last-ditch effort, and Huntington will get 35% on the board before falling to Valpo, who now is at near 70.
35%, not too bad, but here, if if Valpo win this next fight, they are threatening to steal away this downtown round of Busan. Huntington have some tools to work with that I was expecting to see last fight, but they were held on to here. They've got to make a move. They can't overinvest, though, because they still have so long to hold this objective for. A similar rotation to what they chose to take last time. Lil Flaps here has the Shatter online again to meet them, but Trash Boat there and answers one more time. Now let's see you lay it down. He's got the cracked shield for Lil Flaps against him, and it is the Blizzard. Rozak finding the value there right into the center of the Valpo Beacon team, and it should be Huntington, but still threatening on the high ground are the Valpo damage dealers.
Man, it takes a certain level of discipline for a Reinhardt to not throw down that Earth Shatter if they see everyone with no shield. But recognizing the Blizzard had everyone locked down, Trash Boat charged in and took out Chororo in the beginning of that fight, which opened it up for Huntington. Now they have that Earth Shatter to rely on and pair with the Death Blossom going into this counter engagement from Valparaiso.
They come right back in with the Ant Matrix, and Scoot almost has the visor online again. The point was taken. Overtime is burning. Trash Boat gets the Elam there onto Avril. They need more, though. Ginger's Blossom comes up empty, and Scoot with the aimbot, letting it rip, finds the Elam onto Prozac, and it is Huntington needing to take this point back, but it is all Valpo currently. They will lead Busan 1-0, and they are on championship point. One more map, and it is theirs.
I loved Doxic's ring around the rosy play there with Scoot. Scoot popped the tactical visor, took out 2, and notice Doxic around that billboard I was talking about in the middle of point. Doxic played around that a bit, and Scoot got anxious, said, you know, I'm going to come for you. Went after him and got booped off the edge for it. While Valparaiso did take the map, that was just a cheeky little side play we saw from the Huntington supports.
And here we head over to Sanctuary. This could be it. Huntington, their season might be over. They might come up empty here in Nationals, but still, what a run they've been on. Their first season competing, no matter how this one ends. What a great effort they've put into their Overwatch program, building it up from nothing and getting all the way to this stage in the NECC. But it is going to be Valpo. Not done with them yet. Huntington have always been known as a team that sticks around and doesn't have quit in them.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are here for it. Both of these teams are here for it. Huntington, while they are losing to Valpo so far in the series, could very easily play up another division, and we could see both of these teams in playoffs of the Challengers division moving forward. T-Brain trying to push in with the rest of the team. Gonna get shredded immediately by Scoot and Aberoth. Aberoth now free to throw these grenades in the backline, and that's exactly what will happen as Valpo takes the first point.
And Huntington was just stuck behind the drum there. Valpo pushed right up to it and then started taking multiple angles. Fruity on the left, Lil Flaps on the right with damage behind the shield. That was a very well attacked objective there from Valpo. And now they'll be tasked with defending it well.
They have to, if they want to win this finals. It all comes down to this. This is everything for both of these teams. This is grand finals. T-Brain falling low at first. It seems as though Huntington is used to taking their time to setting up with the other opponents they've had. They do not have that luxury on this point. Their Earth Shatters drop. The Rip Tires ripped around the corner, finding the backline, but it will get taken out. Prozac recognizing that Rip Tire and taking it out almost immediately. They're now moving to point as this fight continues on the point.
And Ginger on the Symmetra is something for Valpo to worry about. Not always easy to attack as a sim, but once you get the point back in your control, that is where Ginger can really start to shine with this kit.
Yeah, I love Ginger on this Symmetra. Very hard to play against as the charge continues up, and I feel that's what Huntington is go for. They recognize they need the aggression, and so they went with the picks that allowed them to be more aggressive. Trash Boat switching over to the Zarya could amp up the charge and have the Graviton Surge to pair with a lot of these DPS ultimates. Huntington, if they're gonna make their stand, this is the comp to do it with.
Trash Boat has to be very careful too not to send the Grav into the Diva Matrix here. The Dragon Strike gets thrown in, and the Graviton Surge not yet used. So that combo not going to be on the table here for Huntington. Instead, it's going to be the combo of the Ant Matrix and the Visor. It's been so good for Valpo. It continues to be. It finds 2. Prozac goes down to Aberoth as well, and the objective back into the Valpo Beacon hands. Nuke, it is going to be dwindling time here. The score is knotted, but Valpo are threatening to end this season.
Absolutely, and being objective as a caster, I gotta call it as I see it. That was just a massive misplay from Huntington. They had the Graviton Surge online, and they got a little anxious. Ginger threw out that wall prematurely, fell immediately, and Prozac said, I'm gonna Dragon Strike, the only rotation they have around. They just waited for that Dragon Strike to fall through and then continued their rotation.
Prozac drops early here. The bomb comes into the backline. Trash boat down.
The classic!
Shot on the turned around Rhine. What a combo there. 82% climbing. Huntington need to rush back.
That was an interesting take on the classic self-destruct Earth Shatter coming out from Valparaiso. They threw the self-destruct off to the side, which caused the Rhine to turn around, and the Earth Shatter from Lil Flaps came through, shutting down the push from Huntington.
They will get there in time. The Graviton Surge locks up the Valpo squad. Immortality Field out, and that will save some lives for the Beacon squad. Abroth with another tire. It'll find a kill on the Trash Boat and Toxic. Overtime is ticking. Valpo has the advantage, but the Diva desuited. Ginger, how clutch can you be? Not quite clutch enough. And one member of Huntington remains, and your Navigators national champion is Valpo Beacon.
Wow, and what a showing from Valparaiso University's Beacon team, taking the national championship in the Navigators division. Congratulations to Lil Flaps as they have the play of the game in this final match. It was the self-destruct into the Earth Shatter, laying it down. What a play to end on.
And Nuke, I gotta be honest with you, as a Rhine player myself, I don't often give player of the game to the main tank. I love giving it to supports because they keep them alive, and it is so hard to do the job of a main tank without great supports. But I think Lil Flaps today is my player of the game. But did you have someone else in mind or any honorable mentions?
Lil Flaps is up there for me, Berkeley, and I have to say I agree with you. It's going to go to a tank for me, but however, I think Fruity Bop's Gravitic Fluxes were just too much for the Huntington roster. For me, I have to give it to Fruity Bops with Lil Flaps as an honorable mention because a lot of these fights were just Rhine v Rhine, Shield v Shield, and it came down to who shredded who first. And as we saw in a lot of these fights, Valparaiso came out on top simply by taking down Trash Boat Shield. So I think it could be a toss-up either way for me, Fruity Bops or Lil Flaps.
Yeah, I mean, the tanks in this lobby just played so well. Overwatch was very well executed tonight, and this is the lowest division in the NECC, and there was a lot of mistake-free maps that we just saw. For the lowest division, this was played at such a high level. And Nuke, we actually didn't even mention my other candidate, and I'm shocked he didn't because Night Fury on the Zenyatta, that hero was selected and this game did not turn around. So they were going to be my second pick. Definitely a difference maker, but it was just Valpo, top to bottom, damage tanks and supports. A well-rounded team came away with the championship, and that is what it takes here at the highest level.
I would completely agree with you, and Night Fury played their heart out, man. I couldn't agree more. This entire roster, this Valparaiso roster, really put it to him. Scoot was there with every single tactical visor, and it seemed like had the most kills in the entire lobby. Lil Flaps was playing mind games the entire time. Fruity Bops was getting those slams. Chororo was keeping the team alive, laying down that immortality field constantly. So it felt like everyone pulled their weight to get to this point. And that's what led them to be national champions here in 2022.
And we will have some words from them. We're going to have Abroth join us here for an interview, but that'll be in just a moment. Chat, stick around. And we are here right after the national championship has been claimed by the Valpo Beacon team. I'm Alt Charge alongside Nuclear, and we are lucky to be joined by Abroth, the damage dealing victor from the Valpo squad. Abroth, welcome to the stream.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you for joining us. And you only get here if you win a national championship. So, how does that feel right now?
Oh my goodness. It feels amazing. I am still shaking.
Yeah, and you were actually just telling Nuke and I that you're in your team's esports lab, but you guys finished your academic year, so are you all just hanging out on campus for a couple weeks just until the season wrapped up?
Yeah, I have to give a huge shout out to our program director, Tristan Leonard. He was able to get us free on campus housing and food for when we needed to come here and play, for those of us that don't have a PC of our own.
Well, nice. Couldn't have happened without Tristan. Glad you were all well fueled and you came to play too. I'm sure you burned a lot of calories just grinding out in the Overwatch game tonight. But Nuke, take it away. You got a couple questions for our victor here?
Absolutely. And yeah, shout out over to Tristan. He definitely knows what he's doing and can set the scene for your guys' team. So going into nationals, my question is, were you guys prepared for this matchup? Did you know you were going to see Huntington in grand finals, and did you prep at all for this roster?
Yes, we did actually watch their stream against Grays Harbor that they played yesterday, so we could kind of know their comp and what their strategy was. And we have actually been scrimming Huntington this whole season. We love them; they're a friend of ours, so we've been matched up against them a few times.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible. I didn't know you guys were scrim partners. So when both of you move up a division, as it should be, will you still remain scrim partners?
Oh, absolutely, we intend to.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I have just one more question, and that is, how much time did you guys spend, preparing for nationals since you're out of school now, and since you all can really focus on this?
Yeah, well, we had two practices over the weekend before the week of nationals started, and we do practices over the summer to prepare for next season. And we've just been in the lab grinding pretty much like 10 hours a day while we're on campus, as it should be.
As it is, it's natural. But I think that's all the questions I have on my end, Abby. I'm gonna throw it back over to Berkeley. Berkeley, ask any final questions you have and finish us out, man.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make it easy because we're only joined by you, but there's an entire team behind you that also made this possible. So, how about you just give us some shout outs here? Who really pulled their weight?
Yeah,
Who are the stars on your team that aren't joining us right
wow.
now?
I am definitely going to have to give hats off to Fruity Bops. He's our off tank, and he just joined our team this semester. So, considering the amazing Sigma lifts and his diva gameplay, he's been a huge rock for our team these past few weeks.
Rock, I see what you did there.
Don't know if it was intentional, but yeah, nice pun. I don't think it was either, or
Oh,
else you wouldn't be
definitely.
laughing like that. This guy, though, he catches all the puns. He's been doing it for like 2 years now alongside me. But Abby, again, congratulations. Enjoy being a champion. And of course, enjoy your summer. You got a well deserved
Thank
break.
you.
And of course, you're going to be loving the first few weeks of it riding this high.
Thank you so much.
All right. And there we go. Nuke, our national championship is wrapped up. Valpo Beacons, the victors. Huntington, what a run, though. These guys, you and I both know that this team was exciting from the day their first spawn doors opened here for the NECC Overwatch run. They went on undefeated in their first spring, going all the way to the national championships. And of course, they had a couple of seniors on this team that would have loved this win, but Prozac, T-Brain, you guys did something in building this program that not a lot of people get to do. I know my college didn't actually have this kind of opportunity to go on, so I hope they're not hanging their heads. They seem to be in very good terms with Valpo, so I like how these two teams aren't quite rivals. They're more so friends.
Oh, I love that as well, Berkeley. And I'm just brimming with pride as a caster, watching the first team make their debut here at the NECC and play throughout their entire season to make it to a national stage, and then casting on the other side a team that I well respected growing up in Indiana and starting the program at Ball State Esports. It was beautiful to watch them take this victory as well. Man, oh man, what a year it's been here at the NECC. And here before too long, I'm going to have to get off this mic, get some popcorn, because in the next match coming up, St. Ambrose will be playing for their national title as well.
Oh, yeah, good luck in that one. Definitely have the popcorn. Butter it for me. I wouldn't eat it any other way unless you didn't. But Nuke, that is going to be all for us this season. We will be back in the fall. And chat, stick around. A couple more national championships are right on the docket for Chase Nuclear Nukem. I've been Alt Charge, and we'll see you next semester.
Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, it is time for the Challengers Division Grand Finals for NECC Nationals. I'm back here on the mic. Joker's Ransom is my name, and I'm still here with Captain Jack. How are you doing today, good sir?
I am amped for today's matchup. We got to see some incredible play yesterday. Once in an Overwatch career opportunity we saw during the semifinals yesterday. So, seeing one of those teams ready to go up against, like, this is a rematch, right? Like, this is the peak top Overwatch in the Challengers division. St. Ambrose Esports versus CCE Blue. The Fighting Bees versus the Beavers. And it is looking to be a phenomenal matchup. Both of these teams are absolutely peaked with talent, and I have to think to myself how close that group stage match must have been. Going back to the history of how these two teams have played before, they're coming from two separate divisions, have only met coming into the playoffs themselves. And St. Ambrose ended up taking the 3-1 victory to CCE Blue during, I believe it was the third round of competition in the group stage leading up to this this final single elimination playoffs bracket. So CCE Blue, as we discussed with them last night during the player interview with Rigpig, you know, they're looking to make a comeback. They want to turn this around on its head, and thankfully, this is a best of 7 as well. Last time it was a best of 5, so they're going to have a little bit more wiggle room that if things start not going their way, hopefully they can figure out a way to turn things around. If we're ready, I'm not for certain if we're doing team rosters yet because we're still getting people in lobby. So let's go ahead and bring up St. Ambrose and take a look at who we've got. Those amazing folks from that first place team. First place all season for spring and fall, so all year. As we go ahead and take a look at some amazing folks here. Sinfax, one of the amazing seniors on this team, is their one of their support players for today's matchup, and I know is looking, you know, these seniors are looking to make a name for themselves before, with this being their final year of competition. But of course, we can't forget, you know, the rest of the team here. Hines, Agent MM7, you know, that DPS line has got to be popping off. And then, of course, Arc and Cendrillion coming in on that tank line. So let's go ahead and swap on over to the side of CCE Blue. Let's see what those Beavers got going on. We know all about it. The beautiful combination of Rigpig and a Haas on that tank line, definitely showing a lot of dominance. The big target is on Mercy's back. Freshman player was absolutely dominating the kill feed yesterday on Genji, of all things. Totally out of the box. A Genji rush composition, and just looking at a lot of these players, many of them freshmen and sophomores, but thankfully they do have Martis, who I believe is technically a senior, graduated this previous fall, but had the opportunity due to the rules of NECC to be able to come and participate in nationals. We saw them a little bit yesterday on the Tracer, was doing a whole bunch of work coming in as a flex player, though, so we might see them on a couple of different roles today. But both of these teams, Joker, are absolutely stacked, and we're still waiting on information as to whether or not, oh, it looks like we already got the pick for our first map, and I can't say that I'm surprised, although the previous days have led to some interesting choices for control for our first map, but they're going to take it easy on each other. We're heading to Elios. It's all about eliminations over the map on this, utilizing Lighthouse, where it looks like we are heading to first today. It's going to be a lot of opportunity for the boops, for the hook. Might see some Doomfist play in here as well, or the teams might just go on some basic comfort picks.
Yeah, as we might see some Symmetra coming out just to get straight to the point. It's going to be really up to what these teams want to run. Another good little pick that we're already seeing here is a flyer. Mercy is going to be locking up the Echo for the time being. And right now it's looking to be a really good pick because, well, Heinz and MM7 are both opting for non-hit scan rolls at the moment. We don't know if Heinz is going to be swapping off of the Symmetra after they teleport out of spawn, but we shall see, as it's going to be ticking down on your way as we start off the final day of NECC Nationals in the Challengers Division.
Start blowing up that chat, folks. Let us know who you're cheering for today as we head into the championship round. Already seeing St. Ambrose taking control of the objective. It's going to be about this poke battle for CCE Blue right now, and Haas getting that early opening with this poke composition that we've seen from them before.
Yeah, and they're going to have to stay under under the lighthouse here, hidden away from Mercy on that Echo, because if they don't have a good sight line to the rest of the team, they're going to be able to stave off any real aggression coming through. But Rigpig already has this Gravitic Flux online, and Mercy has taken out one of their counterparts. Heinz is down as CCE Blue come back into this point on the back of that Gravitic Flux to take this point back pretty quickly after losing it early on in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it just, the rate that Rigpig was upping to that Gravitic Flux was insane. I mean, there's only so much damage that Art can block and Cendrilion can absorb with that defense matrix and shield. So eventually they're going to get that damage in, and the way that Rigpig was positioned, it was perfect. Literally, because of the explosion of those Gravitic orbs, they essentially hit everyone. So they just get a whole bunch of value in huge groups like this, and now they're moving to the open area to try to keep control, but doesn't look like that's going to work out.
Yeah, it's going to flip over to the side of St. Ambrose here, and they're not going to really get much value out of Mercy's copy there, as they're going to go through. The Blizzard is going to lock up Haas, who just used that whole hog. They're not going to find much value. They do find Arc off the side of the map, as another Gravitic Flux is now already online for Rigpig, as they're going to try to focus down that. There's a lot of damage on the side of St. Ambrose, but they're going to be all healed up by Synfax, but a massive anti-nade from Wolf Raider is there. If they can find these picks, they're going to be able to take it back, as Mercy finds two in this fight. They've still got the BAP left on the point, so it does seem that SAU are going to be able to hold on for the time being, but the res is going to be there as well. Rigpig is back in the fight, so for how much longer is St. Ambrose going to be able to hold is the real question, and not much longer is the answer.
Yeah, I mean, the really big thing that keeps coming up for St. Ambrose is that use of the Symmetra. They've now swapped over to the Mei, but the same issue still applies. Agent on this Mei is all about that additional CC. And Rigpig and Haas, the biggest targets on the team, they're not super mobile. So, being able to freeze them up and be able to, take control and advantage of that situation is going to be requiring CCE Blue to get a little bit more creative.
Yeah, they're going to start things off. Mercy has this copy of the Diva there. They're going to get rid of it as they're going to Goomba Stomp the Mei and take them out of this fight, as the side of CCE Blue are going to win this fight out yet again, as Heinz and Azure Rose are going to take a little dip into the ocean of Ilios.
Yeah, unfortunate barrel roll there from the Cassidy Heinz on St. Ambrose. Too far over the side, but honestly, it was good timing for that regroup regardless. We're heading into final fight territory, and Rigpig with the third Gravitic Flux. This is control, folks. It is very rare that players get at least one ultimate, let alone 3, and the Sky Noon takes 2.
Yeah, as Bobo is going to clean up house. Arc is out of this fight, and well, Sandrillion is just going to be forced away thanks to that whole hog, and that's going to be round number 1 going into the favor of CCE Blue.
The accretion there at the end from Rig Pig was the nail in the coffin. We could have saw some evasion there from the Diva, but canceling out those boosters as the whole hog was going on essentially just spelled doom for them. And now we're seeing some swaps from either side. St. Ambrose looking for a little bit more stable composition than what we normally see here on the well, whereas CC Blue is opting for that I forget the exact term that a lot of people use, but I call it the emo dive, because you got the Reaper, you got the Sombra coming in. It's going to be a lot of hacking, a lot of doing a lot of damage. The focus is going to be either on Synfax or Sandrillion, trying to take them off the objective because they're going to be the most mobile and going to be able to chase down the most heroes. This double main support on CCE Blue is going to help them out a lot as well.
Yeah, as they're gonna start things off here, going on as Mercy looking to take out Hines early on in the fight, as they do indeed take them out, as a nice collapse comes in from CCE Blue there and takes out everyone. Ambrose.
Yeah, it's just about speed and being able to collapse on the enemy. St. Ambrose's composition requires a little bit more stability, especially with that Orisa and Batiste. So they're looking to kind of stay in one area, and that's the perfect opportunity for CCE to just speed boost in, do a heck of a ton of damage. And we know that Hines on that Echo, unlike Pharah, isn't able to stay in the air forever. So as soon as they get close to the ground, it's all Mercy's doing.
Yeah, and Mercy's already starting things off yet again, taking out Agent MM7 there on that Hanzo, not able to really get up to anything. That Dragon Strike could be a huge tool for St. Ambrose to get into this choke point, as they do take down Bobo XXL, as now they're gonna go through. They've got the Matrix out, but Synfax is down. That's gonna be so much healing now gone. They're gonna have to rely just to this Brig with their Inspire up, and it does not seem to be enough, as Mercy takes out Agent MM7 yet again, and there goes some trips into the well for the rest of St. Ambrose.
Yeah, they're just going for the quick reset, and something has to change in this strategy because what they're doing is just not working out. Now, last time around, looking at the record, St. Ambrose took the initial control point that they started off on, and something tells me that if CCE gets this momentum already in the first map, St. Ambrose might have a hard time coming back if they don't stop it soon.
Well, they're going to have a difficult time to go through as the EMP hits 5, the Death Blossom coming out as well. Going to not find anyone, but it's going to be Haas following up on so much damage that came out from Mercy's Death Blossom, as Agent MM7 finds 2, but no, you're not going to be able to touch there when you're all dead, as CCE Blue takes the first map.
And in such dominant fashion, too. This is somewhat drawing a line in the sand for the Beavers. They don't want them to be mistaken in the fact that they are going to make this an easy matchup for them. They're saying to them in this initial control map, you thought that this was going to be an easy fight. Well, it's time to prove you wrong. You're going to have to go tooth and nail with us and take us to the brink if you want to steal this championship away from our hands.
Yeah, and we were talking to Rig Pig the other day, yesterday, and they said they voted very heavily for especially after their loss to St. Ambrose, and then they to learn about how to counter what St. Ambrose is normally running, and it's currently working out for them well. They were incredibly dominant, and as we stated before, they lost 3-1 to this squad, and they only won Dorado, as it's It's looking like a completely different script going forward from that previous matchup, as we're about to head into a escort map here, as we're going to be seeing Rialto being banned. So we're not going to the nice little streets of Italy.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good pick, although I don't think it's going to make much of a difference based on what we've seen so far from CCE. I mean, what we saw yesterday combined with what we've seen today, it looks like they are hot, ready to trot based on how the competition is looking right now. We know that they can run rush. We know that they can run dive. It's going to be all about, one of the big key factors is what is Mercy feeling today, as Rig Pig put it yesterday. So, we've seen a little bit of Echo. We've seen a little bit of Reaper. The question is, what is going to be the big counter? What was the linchpin that came out from the side of St. Ambrose last time that ended up shutting this squad down? Because based on what I've seen so far from CCE, it makes me wonder, was Mercy just not feeling themselves that day? Was there an external issue that maybe kind of got into the heads of CCE, and maybe that's why they didn't perform very well? St. Ambrose, they need to step it up, and if it's just because they haven't warmed up, then this next map might be a good place to start laying down that foundation for victory. Otherwise, like I said earlier, if you let CCE get away with this any longer, it is going to be a very quick championship match. And it looks like the choice is a map that I seem to have a little bit of trouble with very often. It's So we're going to get some long sight lines coming in, some dive, possibly double shield, utilized especially in this first point more than likely. It's a very interesting pick, so it makes me wonder if St. Ambrose's goal is just to keep a 10-foot distance between them and CCE, saying, okay, well, if we don't let you close the gap, then obviously you can't take us out. But I think that was proved more than once yesterday in CCE's other matchup in the semifinals, that they definitely know how to get around those long sidelines. It's going to be up to St. Ambrose to prove them wrong.
Yeah, as we are going to have a side swap here, as CCE is going to be defending this map first, and that obviously means St. Ambrose is going to attack first here. And, well, we'll see how it works out for them. Obviously, you can have your thoughts on what's better to attack or defend first. Clearly, CCE does want to opt for that defense first, and I mean, to give it to them, it works out well in the long run. You get to set where your what your sight lines are, not what your sight lines are, what your end goal is. You see where the card has been pushed to, and if you get a nice fold, you know what you can do to win the map. And I think that is what CCE is hoping to do here. As we're going to go into Junkertown, but things seem to happen differently.
Well, based on my understanding of where everybody was positioned last map, I believe that means that St. Ambrose is going to be coming in on the attack to start, if I'm correct. Yeah. So St. Ambrose kind of have a challenge in front of them, because with the different strategies that we've seen CCE use thus far, honestly, if they decide that they want to lock up this first half of this first point of Junkertown, a rush is perfect. You can just stay in, especially that bridge choke. You do have to kind of worry about those outside rotations. Somebody gets deep into the back line. Like a Widowmaker or a Hanzo can really make some trouble for you if you don't end up shutting them down quickly. So we'll have to see kind of how that ends up working out going into this matchup. And right now, St. Ambrose is looking at that possible double shield utilization. CCE hopefully not getting a little too full of themselves already, Joker, because it's looking a little torturous, a little hog and ball coming in on the defense of all things. Rig Pig and Martis swapping up positioning. Martis coming in on the Wrecking Ball, so definitely showing off that flex from the DPS that we saw yesterday, and Rig Pig going on to the Zenyatta to go ahead and pop off on those orbs. It's going to take impeccable positioning, and with no shield, Heinz and Agent have a free field to land some headshots.
Yeah, it should be very interesting indeed. I was not expecting a hog and ball defense coming in from CCE Blue, but it can work out for them well, setting on them up with a nice pile driver from Martis with a hook from Haas can really set things up for a success, and we'll see how it works out as Martis is going to be setting up here as they do. They don't see them out as they are going to be caught out because of Mercy's recon arrow, but still nothing's really been doing. But it's going to be Agent MM7 starting things off with a nice headshot onto Bobo XXL, as now things are going to open up for St. Ambrose. They're going to be pushing them forward as they're going to get stunned up is Haas before they can take out the Azure Rose on the Brigida, as now it's going to be St. Ambrose on this front foot. They're going to continue to push forward. They do get 2 picks of their own from both of their DPS there, but it's still looking good for St. Ambrose at the moment. But they still need more picks in this fight, and they need them quickly, because now the side of CCE Blue are coming back strong as Mercy finds 2 in this fight as well. Haas from the spawn finds 2, as that is going to be the hold continuing for CCE Blue.
I gotta be honest with you here, Joker. I'm feeling a little. What's the word that I'm looking for that is not crass in this situation? I'm feeling like CC might be a little full of themselves after this first map. I'm not saying that it's not working, because there's 2 minutes already off of the clock, but we're starting to get ultimates online, and there's very little that CC can do to shut this down.
Yeah, and well, yet again, they're coming through strong is CCE Blue. However, they find 4 picks in that fight to hold on, but yeah, like you're saying, there is a lot of ultimates coming aboard for the St. Ambrose squad.
Yeah, Heinz swapping over to the Ash is an interesting pick. I mean, thankfully there isn't a, we don't have any counter Ashes or any amplifications of any kind other than the Discord orb from Rig Pig. That Transcendence is going to have to be huge, because right now, despite the fact this composition shouldn't be working, it's working out relatively well.
Yeah, as that Granitic Flux is going to be used early by Sins early on. It is going to be counted out. Rig Pig using that Transcendence of their own, but once that goes down, the side of St. Ambrose finds 3 picks in this fight as they continue to push forward off the back of that Supercharger coming in from Arc, as they just have to deal with Haas, and it does look like they're going to be able to complete the first point of Junkertown.
Yeah, I mean, the patience definitely ended up working out for them in the end, and now we're seeing Mercy swapping over to that Genji. We'll go ahead and see how that kind of changes things up. Definitely going to be a thorn in the side of Agent and Heinz going into this one, but I got to be honest with you, this is still looking really weird for me, and I'm really surprised that Ambrose is not going for a rotation right now, because they're about to get rocked.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting indeed, as we do have a swap there, Jack. We're seeing Mercy back onto the Genji. It's a nice volley comes through, followed up with some nice little one-shots coming in from Rig Pig. Takes out Seinfaxt, as this is going to be coming through, as the side of CCE Blue are going to be able to hold on to the point.
Yeah, this is incredibly interesting. I'm surprised that St. Ambrose had no idea that the Wrecking Ball was coming in from behind. Like, not only was Martis literally hanging there for a good couple seconds, but the slam came in. It should have been a direct rotation to prevent that Wrecking Ball from getting any value whatsoever, but booping half the team to the low ground ended up spelling defeat for this push. I don't know. It just seems like St. Ambrose are shook by this first map, and they're really letting it get to them. Like we talked about yesterday, when we're here in the finals, sometimes it's about that mental game that really makes the difference.
Yeah, it definitely does, as they're going to start things off into the favor of St. Ambrose. The Dragon Strike is going to come out as well to just push away the side of CCE Blue. But here's the Dragon Blade aboard for the side of CCE Blue, as Mercy finds Azure Rose, as that is going to be the only pick they do get with the Dragon Blade. But it does not matter in the long run when the rest of your squad is finding picks as well.
Yeah, something is telling me, based on what we're seeing thus far, that CCE is really feeling themselves today. There's no question about it by the risky compositions that they are taking. St. Ambrose, I don't know if they just got a good opportunity or they're coming in on an off day, but something's got to turn around. Coach has got to give them a pep talk or something, because with only a minute remaining on the clock, and still half of this point to get through, and Ultimate's online, it's going to be hard to push through this.
Well, they do start off well. They've taken out Martis, but there's the Transcendence countering out the Gravitic Flux that Sindrillion just popped, as it's not going to find any picks, as the Rig Pig is going to take out H and MM7, who is taking an advantageous flank, as they're trying to change something to go forward. They need some picks, but it's not going to work out well when you're dying early on during these fights, as they're going to try to do something. Hines takes out Hoss, which is going to be huge. Sinfax needs to stay alive if the side of St. Ambrose has any hope or prayer, but they are going to fall as Bobo XXL drops to Tactical Visor and kills everyone off, as the side of CCE Blue hold on to point 2.
I mean, I gotta be completely honest with you, Joker. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but this is looking a little sloppy. So I'm not surprised that we didn't see more swaps from the side of St. Ambrose to really shut down this composition. Hog and Ball is not a composition that works out well. I mean, it's played when you know you have a definitive advantage against the enemy team, because it can so easily be countered, and we just did not see that from St. Ambrose. I would have loved to have seen Agent or Hines come out on the Reaper, a Junkrat, something that would have pumped out a lot of damage into these tank-like pin cushions, because it would have absolutely shut down this composition where it stood. It got way too much value, and now it's going to be up to St. Ambrose, now being on the back foot, to try to turn this around. They're going to come out with this double sniper once again, but you know that Martis is going to be rolling around, taking advantage of the fact that Hines is probably going to be far out of position. Look at the map already, going all the way back to the water tower. Mars is going to be able to close that gap relatively easily. And honestly, if we're seeing this meme comp get any more memey with Mercy coming out on the Doom, I was about to say, if we see the Doom Bastion, I've totally given up on analysis for this championship match, because it is going straight out the window what could happen.
Well, as Hines is going to start things off, that is a big pick and a tone setter to go forward for St. Ambrose, as they need to do something here, as right now I'm seeing a team that's set in their ways. They're not swapping things up to really counter off the side of CCE Blue, and well, they need to do that, as they're getting caught out of position. They're getting moved around by what CCE Blue is running, and it's not worked out for them so far. And they're about to, if something doesn't change, they're about to be down 2-0 in a best of 7. And I mean, you've still got 2 more maps to lose before you lose fully, but it's not looking good right now, as they do have the upper hand in this fight. Yet again, thanks to Hines with some shots on the Widowmaker, as St. Ambrose are going to be able to hold currently. Haas does take down Azure Rose, but still, St. Ambrose are going to hold for the time being.
I'm a little surprised that we're seeing Mercy coming in on the Genji, because Genji is good for closing short distances. And Junkertown is, especially the first point in this wide open area, is anything but a short distance. The only way that Mercy is going to be able to effectively get that distance closed into Hines is going to have to be rotating around this right side.
Yeah, as there goes CCE Blue. They've gotten 2 picks in this fight, and the res is going to come through back onto Rigpig as, well, that's going to open things up for the team in blue to get the cart moving towards the first point here. And it does not seem at the moment that St. Ambrose are going to try to recontest this. But just as I say that, they're going to get the Orisa. But no, they're not going to be able to touch because, well, the Orisa got blown up in their face.
Yeah, that's definitely not a good thing. And now we're seeing the Butterblade coming out, and already the Immortality Field melted down. And it is going to be a quick cleanup right here if Mercy has anything to say about it. The double kill comes in, and it is literally just an absolute sweep, preventing St. Ambrose from any setup whatsoever.
Yeah, the Morbius sweep is coming out for CCE Blue right now as they're continuing to just dominate both in this game as they do have the opportunity to come back, those St. Ambrose. They've got the ultimates to open things up, but when you're losing your main tank like that early on, you can't really do much. As Arc is out of this fight, they've taken out the Baptiste as well, as this is just going to be all but over here, Captain Jack.
I mean, I really don't know what to say at this point, Joker. I mean, it's definitely, like we've already stated a couple times here, we're seeing a team that is incredibly set in their ways about how they're defending this objective, and it's really becoming a thorn in their side with the flexibility we're seeing displayed by CCE.
Yeah, and they're going to round things up. The staggers are coming in from St. Ambrose to try to do something, anything, but CCE Blue have none of that, as they're going to be able to take Junkertown, take a 2-0 lead in the series as well.
Yeah, as soon as that momentum gets going, just like we saw yesterday, CCE has a very difficult time letting go of it. And so far, St. Ambrose is having a difficult time trying to dislodge the advantages that these teams are taking. As we head into hybrid, this is essentially the last chance they have before the half, and the last chance they have before their backs are literally against the wall for the rest of this series. They have to be able to take the victory here, otherwise I think this momentum from CCE might be too much for them to handle.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Not looking good at all right now for the St. Ambrose squad. And like I said, right now we're seeing the Morbius sweep coming out from the side of CCE Blue. They've got to do something. They've got to change anything because, like we keep saying, you cannot be set in your ways. As this is a game about counterpicking and adapting to what you're seeing from the opposing team in the long run. And if you're not going to be able to do that, you have to be dang well perfect at what you're running, because you can't be if you can't switch, you have to be better than your opponent, and that's not what we're seeing right now from St. Ambrose.
Yeah, I mean, that was something that we were talking about yesterday, is the fact that a Genji rush should not work. Yeah. Like that was something that it was completely unexpected and floored us yesterday. But the reason that it worked, despite it being countered so well by the enemy team, was the fact that Mercy was outplaying them with the help of their team. And so, just like you said, if they want to stick on this comp, this is great. But then something needs to kick into a higher gear, because based on what the numbers are telling me, this is not the St. Ambrose squad that should be in first place for the fall and spring semesters. Like, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense to what the numbers are showing. I don't know if it's again, thinking about that mental game, you know, is it an off day? Are one of the players that are normally their starters sick? You know, what was different about the game a couple of days ago where they took down this CCE squad, and today? What was the difference between those two, and what do they need to do to get back to that level where they can compete with CCE where they are?
Yeah, it definitely does. Something's going to have to change. And, well, what better way to see a change than we're going to Kings Row here, Jack. Because, well, you're going to be most likely seeing only one type of composition, one variation of this composition that you could see. I mean, it's going most likely be Brawl. I mean, but that could still be poorly receptive, as we were talking to when we were talking to Rig Pig yesterday. They were running it well. They've been scrimming it. They've been VODing how to run Brawl, and well, where else to see how well they are at running Brawl than the home of Brawl itself?
Yeah, I mean, Kings Row is a great place if you want to kind of limit the pick and counter picks. I mean, it's really the only map that you can kind of do that on. And even then, it depends on the team that you're facing. You know, many times we've seen teams still come out on a dive, whether it be the traditional or the wrecking ball dive, because they're so versed in being able to weave through those streets, because you catch an errant corner or don't roll out the proper way, you can get shut down pretty easily, especially on wrecking ball going through the streets of Kings Row. So, but based on what we saw yesterday, the Brawl of CCE is pretty good. Even when that Genji comes into play, it can be incredibly dominant. So the question I have is, what are we going to see different? Are we going to see like actual Brawl instead of the rush that has become more of the standard? Is that Zarya going to come into play and try to melt Mercy down on that Genji? Because honestly, that's the counter pick that I'm looking at. You know, possibly bringing out a Symmetra. You know, the Mei is definitely going to be good for that CCing, and then the Zarya be able to get that high charge and just melt down that Genji before it's able to get a whole lot of value off. But again, that's a gamble that you have to take in compositions like this, because Zarya is only set up for those short fights. You know, with her bubbles only, you know, still being in the Overwatch 1 phase where there's one bubble for her, one bubble for an ally, that timing has to be essentially perfect. And many times we see that as soon as Zarya's first set of bubbles get used up, it's all about who ends up getting that initial pick. And right now, we're seeing St. Ambrose come in on the attack once again, and they're looking to lock in the traditional rush with that Mei Cassidy and the Diva. Whereas CCE Blue, they're going for double bubble? This is, I mean, I can't say that I'm surprised, because it seems like CCE is just in their element to run whatever they want right now. But my hope is that St. Ambrose, if they really want to stay in this series, that they're going to force CCE to be a little bit more serious. Otherwise, if they get taken down by this composition, I don't think there's going to be a way that St. Ambrose can come back.
Yeah, I do not see it currently as if they cannot break this double bubble composition on defense on Kings Row with Brawl, there's something definitely wrong, as they've already lost Agent MM7 early on in this fight. That's not what you need right now. The sleep is going to be there as well onto Hines, as they're going to have to back up, wait for these respawns, or wait to get healed back up.
Yeah, I mean, right now they have all the momentum to utilize the strengths that they have. You know, a rotation to the high ground, there we go, to be able to take off the DPS that are up there. Honestly, Haas should be an easy pick. Yeah. There it is, the aggression. That's what we need to see, St. Ambrose. Give us more of that.
Yeah, they definitely need to keep keeping that up. Keep together as a unit. You're running Brawl, but a nice, massive anti-nade does come in from Wolf Raider, who is back into the lobby. As the Dragon Blade is now going to come through online. They're going to be slashing and dicing up their opponents. They find 2 picks with that Dragon Blade, and Haas has now come back from spawn, using that Tesla cannon to efficiency, as they're going to be able to continue to hold on here, Captain Jack.
Yeah, I mean, well, it just came down to the early use of the skills that St. Ambrose had to keep that Dragon Blade at bay. Honestly, I'm not 100% certain. I might have missed Zurose coming up late on that sound barrier, but I mean, it was the Nano Blade plus the pocket of Java Cup on that Mercy to make sure that Mercy had everything that they needed to be able to utilize that Dragon Blade to its full potential. Now it's going to be about quick rotations here from St. Ambrose. They've got to get quick picks. They've got to make openings for themselves. Otherwise, it's going to be a quick shutdown again.
Yeah, as the Deadeye is going to come out from Hines. They've taken out Haas, which is a big pick. No More Disruption is another nice headshot there on the Bobo XXL. They are going to be rezzed up immediately afterwards, but it does seem like St. Ambrose are going to be able to hold on for the time being, but no, the deflect kill coming in onto Hines there. They might be able to come back. Mercy's almost up to another Dragon Blade here. The Graviton Surge is going to lock them all up, and it does lock them all up and fall down because of it. As, wow, CCE Blue continue to hold strong on this defense here, Jack.
Something seems off to me, Joker. I don't know what it is. I don't know if Cendrilion is just not paying a lot of attention to what they're doing, or if they're not a usual diva player. Because right now, like, there are so many mistakes that we saw yesterday. Big things coming in from both teams during the matchup. You know, we literally saw a reflected Blizzard immediately eaten, and now we're seeing another Nano Blade just shutting it down before the fight even has a chance to happen. This is insanity. This should not be working whatsoever right now. Those massive anti-nades, that Graviton Surge, should not be getting the value that it is getting right now. And St. Ambrose, they're putting themselves on the brink right now of taking a very swift defeat.
Yeah, and well, and I think just because they're running these ridiculous compositions is what it's working well for them in the long run. The Blizzard and the Deadeye are now out from the side of St. Ambrose. They need more picks, and they need more quickly. They need to take out Mercy, and they need to take them out now as Hines take out Rigpig. This should finally be St. Ambrose here capturing the first point. But it's just it took them such a long time. They almost have no time to get through this entire second point.
That's absolutely true. And to me, it just, based on the play that we saw yesterday in CC's other match, it just kind of it boggles my mind to see how close that match was, despite the score still being 4-0. And then knowing that St. Ambrose, you know, did what they did to CCE. It makes me wonder what else is going on in their heads right now. You know, did the pressure finally get to them in this championship phase? I'm really hoping that we start seeing some changes here. We need, like, that aggression was good, but now they're all the way back on the cart. Why?
I don't know, but I think right now, I was about to talk about going on a huge tangent. Hines is going to take Haas out of this fight, but here comes a nano-boosted, Mercy-boosted Nano Blade coming through, but Mercy is going to be dealt with by a Shatter from Arc and take them out. And what I was going to say is, right now, CC Blue seems to be introducing a bit of anarchy into this matchup. If they upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos here, Jack. And well, CC Blue is an agent of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely showing it today, although yesterday we saw, for the most part, some relatively standard compositions. I won't say there was anything out of the norm except for the Genji Rush, but everything else was still pretty standard. I'm loving the utilization of Hines with this Deadeye over and over again to make sure that Haas keeps getting taken out, especially when they keep popping that Primal to stay alive for so long. Thankfully, they've got an objective Bravo. Very clean up there from St. Ambrose. And now we're seeing some swaps over to that more traditional rush. Bobo is going to continue to stick on to this Ashe, at least to be able to get the Bob into play for this next fight.
Yeah, as they're going to come in now as the side of CCE Blue on a more bog standard composition. They've swapped Mercy over to the Hanzo instead of the Genji as well. They're going to be on a more brawl composition, but it's not going to matter currently as well. St. Ambrose have come back strong. They're able to continue to push this cart through. They've got this Blizzard as well online here, Jack. It's looking good for them to be able to capture this full point, as the Blizzard is going to lock everyone up from really being able to even actually touch the cart, as it does finally see that St. Ambrose has figured out the chaos of the CCE Blue composition.
Yeah, I mean, finally. I mean, I see in the chat some folks are complaining about that we're just kind of repeating that something's off, this should not be working. Well, we have casted at high levels of Path to Pro, where compositions, especially at this high level of play, are really standard. Like, there are very specific compositions that are utilized very similar to what we see in the Overwatch League that, they work because you're playing at such a high level. The only difference is how well you play the composition. When you see CCE Blue coming up with these wild compositions and the thing that should be working isn't working, whether it be because of execution or mental state or any of those things, like, you have to think about what is going on behind the scenes, and thinking about the numbers and seeing how this team has performed this season. I mean, it just doesn't seem right. Like, something seems completely off based on what the numbers have shown, what we have seen from these teams before, and what we are seeing now. I know that it seems like a broken record, but this should be, based on the numbers, a much closer fight. And right now, CC Blue is just sweeping the floor with St. Ambrose, and I hope that the finally third point that we've seen taken here on Kings Row means that St. Ambrose has lit a fire under their keisters.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, the last time I legitimately saw a Hog and Bull composition to work and was actually ran because they wanted to run it was on a PS4 match in about a year and a half ago. And
I see it in a lot of my comp games. So I don't know about that, but yeah.
Well, like in a competitive setting, like,
I get what you're saying.
But it's unnatural, and it is anarchy, it is chaos, and it's working out for the CCE Blue squad because, well, no one expects the Hog and Ball composition, and as well, no one expects double bubble on a map like Kings Row. Right now, it's not working well for them. St. Ambrose is going to use the amplification matrix, take out Haas and Bobo XXL, as finally we're seeing St. Ambrose look like the squad that they're supposed to be.
Exactly. That nade getting intercepted from Cendrilian, those are the minor things that I was talking about that just seem off, because that is the basis of high-level play. Getting massive anti-nades that Wolf Raider has been getting thus far is just uncommon. When you have a good D.Va player playing through, and now this crap Nano Blade, I mean, unfortunately, there's not a lot that they can do about that. That's going to be point alpha more than likely.
Hines does find 2 picks of their own, but you can only do so much as a solo Cassidy player against 6 players left on point, as the stagger is going to come out there late, and some tactical crouching coming in from Rigpig, as that was an incredibly quick scrap, but they're going to come back here. They're going to be able to touch the point, but Arc overshooting their charge is not going to be what you need. They're still going to be able to get back here, but there's just an overwhelming presence, and Haas just getting this Mercy damage boost thanks to the Valkyrie is going to be able to lock things up finally for the side of CCE Blue.
That was not the right decision there. St. Ambrose getting a little over antsy, thinking that they could retake control of the objective. But honestly, the biggest thing that they could have done was taken control of that choke. That double bubble is going to have such a difficult time, or would have had such a difficult time getting through that choke point, especially when the payload ended up getting into that positioning. So I'm just, I don't know, I'm a little beside myself as to what could change in this particular scenario. Hopefully retaking this point might work out in their favor.
Yeah, as they're going to start things off, there comes the Dragon Blade yet again coming out here for the side of CCE Blue, as this is going to be another team fight win for the side of CCE Blue. Haas finding a couple picks as well from Mercy.
Yeah, it is a beautiful cleanup right here. It is the opening to what could be a clean sweep all the way to Point Charlie. St. Ambrose have to find a way to establish another choke point to use to their advantage, because the more open space that CCE Blue ends up taking control of, the more difficult it's going to be for St. Ambrose to retake the point. That early pick, though, onto Mercy, that's a good start.
Yeah, it is indeed. And as well as the Blizzard going to be coming through the sound barrier, keeping everyone up and healthy for St. Ambrose for the time being, as they're going to try to get Wolf Raider out of this fight, but going to be staying alive thanks to Rig Pig and their Graviton, or to their bubbles.
Yeah, things are just working out a little bit better on the side of St. Ambrose, but it's the positioning right now that CCE Blue, they're just continually rotating, continually moving into odd positions that are especially keeping their supports out of harm's way, that are working out incredibly well for them. And as you can see, they're taking over that open space, and now Objective Charlie is completely in their control.
Yeah, as they're going through here now, CCE Blue has a couple of ultimates online to continue going forward. They've got the Dragon Blade yet again, and Java Cup having that Valkyrie could spode a nice combination for Mercy to get extra value with this Dragon Blade. But the Shuck is going to come in through over the top, and they're going to take down Bobo XXL early on in this fight. The res is going to be burned early. They're not going to be able to have any longer, as Mercy pops the Dragon Blade, finds 2, finds 3, then finds 4 for the Mercy Genji of CCE Blue, and that's going to be 5 picks in that entire fight.
I'm not for certain what more to say on this Joker. I mean, Mercy is, like we saw yesterday, getting a lot of value out of this Genji, a lot more than we typically see at this level of play. They have to find a way to shut that down. Maybe it's the support line that needs to be focused on more. A beautiful opening set of picks, though, for Mines might be just what they need to retake control.
Yeah, and it is going to be able to come back strong here for the side of St. Ambrose, being able to hold on. They've got 2 minutes left. Can they stay in control of this point for that time being to get this map win and turn it into the favor of St. Ambrose is the real question right now.
Yeah, that's the biggest question that I'm seeing as to whether or not we'll see some positioning coming in that will work out in their favor. There's a lot of high ground here, but They're actually going to aggress with the Blizzard. Well, maybe not. What?
And I'm very interested to see why that was played, and if we see, we'll figure this out. The Deadeye is going to come out here from Hines, finds 2 there. Right. The Graviton Surge is there, but you're not going to be able to really follow up to it because all of the frontline damage is now gone because of Hines and that Deadeye. As St. Ambrose now have the upper hand in this time bank, Jack, as it is it's now under a minute remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely coming down to the battle of the counters right now. A beautiful use, a single sound barrier, even if the Deadeye wasn't utilized, would have been enough to shut down that complete change. And now we're seeing them come out once again on this rush composition to see if they can try to close this gap. Haas and Rigpig are known to be incredibly aggressive here. That might be the opening they need to get to this third point.
Yeah, as Ark is going to drop the Shatter, take out Haas there. It's down to under 30 seconds on the board as Mercy is going to go down super low, not going to be taken out, but the self-destruct comes through, takes out Java Cup, as that should be St. Ambrose a win coming in, but there's still enough time for anything to really change. But Hines taking out Mercy is going to be a huge pick in the end. The Blizzard is going to get eaten though by Rigpig. That could have changed everything for the side of CCE Blue. That Blizzard was going to be the icing on the cake, but they still have the opportunity to stay strong as Hines takes out Rigpig in the sky with a Deadeye. It's just Mercy left, and they're taken care of as St. Ambrose take the map and crawl back 1-2 in the finals.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Seeing the utilization, that head on a swivel attitude that we need to see at this high level of play. It seems like somebody finally hit the alarm clock on St. Ambrose, and they're getting better at countering what is coming out of the gate, and I'm absolutely loving it right now. This kind of aggression, especially against the composition that we saw them coming out with, is now keeping CC on the back foot in a position where now they have to kind of be a little bit more, either get a little bit more standard with their picks and a little less crazy and chaotic, or they have to figure out other unique ways to try to get around being shut down. We know that King's Row, it's the standard for Brawl and Rush, right? Those very small streets, it's a lot of that very close quarters combat, but a lot of the rest of the maps that we're going to be going to, there's a lot of wide open spaces that Rush and Brawl aren't going to get the same value that we see here on King's Row. So as we go ahead and head to a quick break so that the teams can reconvene with coaches and get a little rest, we'll see if this momentum continues for the Fighting Bees, or if the Beavers have built the dam up high enough that they're going to be able to continue their sweep afterwards.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time to continue going forward in this series after St. Ambrose comes back and gets a map back into the series. It's now 2-1 as we head into a map number 4, which is going to be an escort map type.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to finally see a little bit more aggression, a little bit more utilization of comps that we know to work out well for St. Ambrose. I mean, I'm not an analyst by any means, folks. So I'm not trying to be mad at anybody that my analysis is kind of off the sides, but. I mean, when I look at a composition and I look at teams doing what they're doing and I look at the numbers, I'm a big numbers man. When I see something that doesn't seem to add up, I'm really going to kind of call it out until something changes to get back on track to where we're supposed to be going. Because there's so much that is wrapped up, especially in the championship match, that we don't think about when we're watching these players play. I mean, you see this in all types of sports, any type of competition play, those nerves, that mental, it really can get to you, and it can change how you think about the game. It can change how the game actually ends up looking, vice how it should be looking. Right now, it seems like St. Ambrose finally, maybe had some nerves going into this matchup, knowing that, even though they won before, it's still a high-level matchup, right? It's the championship of the challengers. Like, this is a big deal. And so finally kind of shaking off those nerves, being like, okay, we know what we're doing. We have proved all season long that we know what we're doing. We were first place in the regular season. So now we're starting to see that coming a little bit more out of their shell now, seeing a little bit more of that head on the swivel, especially from the Diva player, was a big change that I started noticing as the map ended up going on. Cendrillon, eating those anti-nades that at the beginning of King's Row and even in the map prior were getting 4, 5, 6, getting massive value that just should not be happening at this higher level of play.
Yeah, as it's going to be difficult now, as the ban was Dorado, but Watchpoint Gibraltar is the map pick. And I don't really want to say we haven't really seen St. Ambrose pull out a good dive yet. I don't want to we're beating a dead bush or anything, but when a team has been running dive and it's been running it well, I'm obviously going to think that the team that's been running it well is going to have the upper hand in this map, which is going to be CC Blue, which they've been running they ran bubble pretty well until the final stages of on King's Row, which you don't normally see. And it'll be interesting. I hope that St. Ambrose are going to be able to adapt, go forward, and be able to get this map win and tie up the series, because I don't want to see a bad series. Everyone wants to see a very good series of Overwatch because, well, that's what we're here for. We're here for the entertainment value. As we shall see what we're going to see, though, as we load into Watchpoint Gibraltar in the long run, as it's going to count down to the end of the timer.
Yeah, I mean, but this isn't, I wouldn't say that this is necessarily a dominant map for dive. It definitely is very well set up for dive, but I mean, there are so many little nooks and crannies that a rush can utilize, and of course, like many escort and hybrid maps, there is a payload that is part of this. Like, you have to be on the payload to stop it from progressing. And a dive composition has a very difficult time staying on the payload because, well, dive is a mobile composition. It's constantly moving, constantly rotating to make sure that it can get in position and get the picks that it needs to be able to utilize how the composition is meant to be approach. The question is going to be, as we're seeing St. Ambrose, they are toying with the dive composition of their own. Hines coming out on that Echo, but against what we've seen from Mercy's Hanzo thus far, and Martis now going back over to the Tracer, they're going to have to really be watching that backline like a hawk. And I'm interested to see what SAU is going to bring out and see if they can really show us a difference.
Yeah, as they're going to come in here looking to get things started underway. As both teams are just doing a bit of posturing at the moment. Arc looking to get it to dive here, but they're just going to go underneath. Look to push the cart for the time being, as Agent MM7 looking to get into position to get a first pick in this fight is what you need for your Tracer to do here. But Haas is going to go down super low, but it's going to be Mercy taking this first pick in the fight, taking out Agent MM7, as that is going to be a big first pick. No more harassing of the backline from the Tracer now, as the Dragon Strike comes out as well, coming through down underneath. Just going to split them up for the time being as Arc goes super low, as it's looking good for CCE Blue to hold on for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like some very good rotations from either side. We're not seeing a lot of big picks coming in. It's all about slow timing, and it's going to be up to see if this Nano gets a huge amount of value, which it looks like it is already. That's going to be the thing that forces St. Ambrose back to spawn. But honestly, they've created a lot of progress and still have plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, they definitely do. They definitely do indeed, and they have that Nano online here for St. Ambrose, as well as the duplicate, as well as the rally going to be online for Azure Rose. It's just going to be interesting to see how they can utilize these ultimates going forward, as they look to get some value started off here, as Mercy on this Hanzo, trying to get some headshots to start things off in favor of the defending squad, as the duplicate is going to come through. Hines is going to duplicate Haas on that Winston, the Sleep Dart coming through, taking out Haas. They're going to prop that Primal Rage, but it's going to be MM7 with the Pulse Bomb kill onto Wolf Raider, as well as Hines getting a duplicate Primal Rage kill, as the side of St. Ambrose are going to open things up and continue to move this cart forward.
Yeah, I mean, it is a beautiful cleanup there from St. Ambrose. It is very slow and methodical, really planning out those rotations. And now we're seeing CC Blue having to kind of force that shift. They didn't do a horrible job of holding back, and a beautiful sleep to start off, keeping Hines from really engaging with that high ground before Haas is able to get up there and set up. But now this shift over to the Orisa is going to be more about contesting control of the objective and an anti-nade to open things up. Beautiful start.
Yeah, beautiful start indeed, as Synfax takes away Mercy, who had that Dragon Strike online, as the self-destruct now comes through. Dragon Strike is there from Mercy from spawn to try to separate them through, but it's not worked out well, as the side of St. Ambrose still have this point control. They weren't forced away from point, as MM7 yet again takes out Wolf Raider with the Pulse Bomb. They're using this perfectly so far, as Mercy is trying to take out people. They do. They get Azure Rose with a nice flick onto their head, but it's still St. Ambrose having this point control. But now, as CC Blue has this respawn advantage, they're coming back. They're getting point control for the time being. Martis taking out Agent, as that is going to be CCE Blue getting the point back into their favor.
Yeah, Martis and Java Cup really need to step up the game now. It seems like Agent is indeed punching their card, got the bow tie on, and is ready to be the stealthy Tracer, constantly sticking pulse bombs to the cheeks of Wolf Raider. They got to have that head on a swivel and make sure that that does not continue to happen, because if your main support continues to go down, this composition that St. Ambrose has got going on is going to be a real thorn in your side. But they are set up well for this defense.
Yeah, they definitely are, as Hines is down yet again to the Arrow of Mercy, as they're just going to have to force back, because you don't have two of your key players any longer until they respawn.
Yeah, I find it odd, the rotation onto the Wrecking Ball. I mean, ideally, you could use that to kind of knock things around a little bit easier, but honestly, the Winston was still getting a decent amount of value. I mean, anything that's divey is going to be difficult against an Orisa, especially if she has Fortify up, right? Like, you're not going to be able to move her very well, regardless of what you're coming out with. So, I would rather see something that is more of a standard dive than taking a chance on a Wrecking Ball that might not be able to get the proper rollouts they need.
Ooh, as Heinz is going to be able to take down Martist early on in this fight, but Mercy takes it back with 2 headshot kills. The pulse bomb is going to be eaten. Mercy, oh my goodness, 3, as that is going to be another hold coming in for CCE Blue. It's down to 35 seconds, and they're staggering out the baby diva.
That was unfortunate there for Wolf Raider. You could tell that they were a little worried about getting tagged for a 3rd time by Agent by sending out that nano when they really didn't need it. But thankfully, Rigpig, also being on top of that, was able to eat up that pulse bomb and keep them safe. But we're heading into last fight territory. Ultimates coming online have to be huge.
Yeah, as they're going to start things off. A lot of old board, and the self-destruct coming in from Rigpig is going to find a pick. A self-destruct and a pulse bomb coming out, but the pulse bomb's the one that finds a value, as they do have the minefield now on the point, but there's just an overwhelming presence of blue in the kill feed right now, as it's not looking good for St. Ambrose at the moment. But that does not mean they can lose they cannot win this, I should say, because the nature of Watchpoint Gibraltar is just so weird, because you can full point capture, you can see a full hold. It's so up in the air, and it's really going to be depending on how St. Ambrose attack this defense.
Yeah, the swap over to the Wrecking Ball I don't think was the right call there. Just because you weren't able to get the full rollout value that you normally do with these high ground areas being so narrow. Like, typically you see the Wrecking Ball kind of come from behind and boot people off of the high ground, but the particular high ground here on Watchpoint Gibraltar, it doesn't have a lot of room for you not only to roll out, but to get in a position where you can actually knock people off of that high ground, just because there is a giant wall along one side of that high ground at just about every time, except for that little bridge area between the ship and the Mega Health Pack. And so I would have loved to have seen the continued use of that Winston using the Primal to slap people off of the high ground during those opportunities and really make use of that space. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more use of that minefield. It was perfect positioning, but because everyone was so scattered, it got very little value as the payload just kind of pushed on through it, and the shields kind of absorbed a majority of the damage. And now we're seeing this rotation come in as we see Mercy coming back out on that Genji. I'm going to need to see that positioning come in from the side of St. Ambrose, and a very early pick from Heinz. The double kill, beautiful opener. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, definitely, as Heinz is not playing catch-up any longer here, as the side of St. Ambrose are, you like that one? You like that one?
I do. Catch up and catch up. A very beautiful play on words.
Yeah, as St. Ambrose are looking good right now. They're going to continue to put... CCE Blue is going to keep pushing this cart underneath, but St. Ambrose have gotten the picks that they need so far to keep holding strong, as now they're going to engage yet again on the low ground, looking for really anything here. Is the Tracers are going to duel? No, they're not going to. They're going to run away, but it's going to be Mercy finding this first pick in the fight, as Agent MM7 is down. The dive is going to come through onto the supports of St. Ambrose here. The peel is going to be there from the tank line, and that's what you like to see, as Heinz yet again taking out Mercy with a nice focusing beam kill. The nano boost online onto Arc as Hines has come alive in this defense. 4 picks so far on this defensive hold for the side of St. Ambrose.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little discouraged that St. Ambrose gave up that high ground so quickly. I mean, of course, keeping payload progress to a minimum is always a good thing, except on this map where really you have a lot of space to work and you can really make it quite an issue for the enemy team to get to that payload. So let's see if this push in, they'll be able to recontest.
Yeah, as Rigpig is going to use that self-destruct, find value. They've taken out Arc. Rigpig with another pick in this fight, as St. Ambrose are going to look to hold on. They don't have the numbers, however, but they have enough for a miracle play. Maybe Agent MM7 is there. They've got the Pulse Bomb available if they can find something with this Pulse Bomb stick, but no, they're going to fall down to Java Cup as CCE Blue roll through and get the capture on 2.1.
I'm loving what I am seeing right now in game and in the chat. We have been notified that the moms are here, folks. The parent support in the chat. You love to see it. As a parent myself, I'm a big supporter of all types of different organized sports and activities, and esport definitely needs to get some more of that parental love. Seeing Mercy coming in with the Dragon Blade with the early pick onto Synfax is going to go ahead and push St. Ambrose back quite a bit. We could be seeing already last fight territory, and there's still 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's almost a nice play coming in from Rigpig, defense matrixing the retreating Hoss there. The self-destruct not going to get through that tiny door, as the sleep does come onto Arc, who was in the midst of primaling. Not going to get the value that you would have liked to see from that ultimate because of it, as a Wolf Raider continues to be a dominant force for the side of CCE Blue, as something needs to happen here. 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the board. You need to get some more picks, and here comes Arc with the nano boost, trying to get the supports out of this, but a rallying Brig is a very hard character to take down, as Hoss as well going to be the recipient of a nano boost in their favor, but still no real as Martis, there it goes, finds a 2K Pulse Bomb with the stick, and that's going to be it. CCE Blue takes map number 4 and now are on match point.
It's exactly what I was saying. That Primal Rage makes so much movement here on Watchpoint Gibraltar. It creates so many openings because there is very little that can shut it down, especially with the large health pool that the Winston has during that Primal Rage. I mean, we call it juggling. It is literally just that at times, how perfect and how well utilized that hero can be. It came down to perfect positioning, perfect rotations coming out from CCE. And like you said, now we're on match point. We're heading back to control. And now that momentum is starting up again for CCE, with them being only one map, 1 point away from taking on the championship. The heels need to be dug in for St. Ambrose. They have got to figure out a strategy that is surefire to shut down CCE, or that mobility, that adjustment needs to be immediate. We cannot see any more additional staggers or additional kind of patiently waiting to kind of see what happens. Control does not give you that luxury. No. You do not have that ability to wait and see and hope that it ends up working out in your favor. So I'm excited. I am getting amped up. I hope the chat is getting amped up, because honestly, like many I'm seeing, I want to see this go the distance. These are the best of the Challengers division. I want to see them go all the way and then some. So I do not, Joker, I do not want to see it end here.
Yeah, I definitely do not either. As we're just waiting to see what the ban and the map pick is going to be. If I'm going to be the side of CCE Blue here, I've got to ban a brawl. Which maps feature Brawl the most, and I'd think that'd be either Nepal or Busan. Or sorry, not Busan,
Yep.
Nepal or Lijiang Tower, as that is the ban. Nepal is going to be the ban, and Nepal is a Brawl map, besides maybe Sanctum.
I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if they would have allowed Nepal to go, to be honest, because although Nepal is, especially on Village, is a very like Brawl heavy map, Shrine and Sanctum can easily be utilized as dive maps as well. So I think the goal is probably to get the over the side eliminations off of the table, so that at least you're taking out one another to do so. But we have question marks as to whether Lijiang is going to be the pick, which can also provide those kind of opportunities. But like you said, it's definitely more of a standard Brawl map, especially going into Control Center. You know, very standard with the pseudo rush, with instead of the May Cassidy, we typically see the Junkrat Symmetra coming out. Same thing with Night Market, seeing that Symmetra come out to provide a lot of crowd control on the objective, as well as just getting people into the objective relatively quickly. But, you know, these maps, surprisingly enough, in matches that I've seen before, again, it's very rare, but dive can work if it outplays the counter. So it's got to be up to how these teams play the compositions that they roll out with. It's not necessarily the compositions themselves, but how well they execute them that is going to make all the difference. And as we know, Mercy's probably coming out on Genji, which, again, should not be getting the value that it is right now, but somehow it still is due to the support that they are getting from their team. So I just want to see it. I want to see the major counter that shuts down Mercy to the point that it's like, what do I even do now? That requires CCE to really rethink their strategy of, like, you know, many times we're giving a lot of value to this DPS player, but, you know, now they're shutting them down so hard, you know, what do we do next? And it looks like it is locked in. We are heading to Lijiang Tower for this next map. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah, and you were talking about counters to Genji, and, well, this map does bode very well to one direct counter of Genji that we were talking about a bit earlier, and that is going to be the Symmetra. I think that is a must pick right now if you are St. Ambrose, just to be able to not only beam them down, that does not get deflected, as well as the sentry turrets that that Symmetra has in her kit. It slows the opponent. It's not, they're able to make more plays as quick and as agile as Genji normally is, with those Symmetra turrets, slowing them down.
No, that's absolutely true. And seeing how well they utilize that strategy, because again, you can use that strategy, but it all comes down to execution. How much can you do to keep the enemy at bay with the strategy you're utilizing? I love the fact that St. Ambrose is utilizing this composition. It can shut down Mercy if they indeed choose that Hanzo that we were seeing earlier. Agent on this Junkrat should absolutely decimate what CCE is coming out with. They need the support to be able to make those moves.
Well, there it is already. Wolf Raider out of this fight thanks to this Junkrat concussion mine, as they're just going to have to be forced back now, as the May wall is going to be there to keep the rest of their team alive, not to get staggered out, as the control point is going to unlock in about, is unlocked now and should be going into the favor of the team in red.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I'm not surprised that we haven't seen more of earlier, because it's the same counter you have to Pharah. Sometimes just ignoring the Pharah is the answer if you can shut down the rest of the team.
Yeah, as they're going to start things off yet again. Heinz on the Symmetra is supercharged and finding super amounts of damage there, as they're going to have to force them back, as Bobo XXL no longer there to set up their team for the correct plays.
I'm loving this setup. I'm loving the utilization here. It's really going to come down to some angling here.
Ooh.
As we see the Dragon Strike cleaning up the supports.
Yeah, and that's going to be rode very well for CCE Blue. No more healing on the board. All these eliminations are final for St. Ambrose as they do not find any picks coming into the aggressors. Out now, just as I say that, they do find Java Cup, but it's not going to matter in the long run as St. Ambrose do lose the point, but they get up to almost 60% on the board.
And that's a good position for them to be in. The only issue they're going to have now is that the composition that they have does have some difficulty getting reset up on the point. And now Mercy has the advantage of those long sight lines. I'm actually a little surprised that CCE isn't holding a little bit closer to that door. Probably not hoping for that long rotation on the outside.
Yeah, as the Photon Barrier has been used by Heinz to find the position that they want to. As the Blizzard is now going to come out as well as the Shatter. It does connect to Haas and Mercy. They do not find the picks, however, as now they're coming back as CCE Blue. They find two of their own. Self-Destruct does not find anything from Cendrillon as the side of CCE Blue are stabilizing on the point here as they continue to hold strong.
That Blizzard was almost in a perfect position, and unfortunately was the thing that kept Arc and the rest of St. Ambrose from being able to follow up on that shatter they ended up getting. And now with the score tied 57-57, CC Blue now taking the lead. It's going to come down to some perfect positioning. Let's see if this window opens things up for them.
Well, it's not going to. Neither is the Dragon Strike as Cendrillon eats that ultimate out, but Rigpick taking Arc out of this fight is huge. Your main tank is no longer there. The Sound Barrier has to be massive to keep everyone up and healthy because you need to win this fight. And oh my goodness, there it is, Agent MM7 canceling out the Sound Barrier ultimate in response that CCE Blue were looking to drop down.
Beautiful timing, shutting down the Sound Barrier. Not only were they not able to stabilize, but now they just don't have it at all. And Azure Rose does have the lead in Sound Barrier right now. So without, well, the Dragons are almost back up again. St. Ambrose really has to watch their positioning and watch the use of that Immortality Field. You essentially have one chance to make sure no one goes down.
Ooh, the Riptire could have found massive value there as Sinfax took out that Immortality Field early on.
Oh!
And a nice Fire Strike comes through. That is huge. Mercy no longer on the board, and that Dragon Strike was ticking up here. They are going to be coming back here, but it is down to 92%. This is last fight territory here, Jack, and it's going to be a huge fight. This Photon Barrier from Heinz needs to be massive to keep the damage away. The Blizzard on the board. The Shatter came out. The Dragon Strike's there, but it's eaten yet again from Cendrillon. The Self-Destruct from over the top. It finds two. Oh my goodness. St. Ambrose are coming back strong, and they're going to be able to look like they're holding on for this point and take this first round of Lijiang Tower.
That is pitch perfect right there. Cendrillon really finally hungry, maybe had a late lunch or something. I'm not for certain, but I'm loving this diva play that now we are getting to see. You know, Dragon Strikes especially aren't standardly eaten. To eat two in a single round really shows that either Mercy is being a little bit more lax, thinking that they've got this in the bag already, or it's Cendrillon really stepping up their game, and I am living for it right now. We're seeing the Shadow Dive, that was the word that I was looking for earlier, coming out on both sides. So now it's not a battle of who, it's a battle of skill. Which team can utilize this composition more effectively?
We shall see here coming forward as well. It's going to be MM7 finding their counterpart Sombra out of the fight early on in this, as now the side of St. Ambrose are looking to hit their stride. They've gotten these first 2 picks in their fight, and they're going to be pushing forward and getting the first capture of tower here.
That's exactly what I'm looking for. They got to be able to retake control of what they have lost, because yet again, this is match point all the way up until somebody takes 4 points at this time. A beautiful hack to start things off, but Heinz is able to get away relatively easily.
Yeah, they are indeed, as now they're going to come through. MM7 trying to build up to this this EMP early on, but it's going to be the Coalescence starting out from both of these 2 squads, as they're going to be pumping in as much healing and as damage as possible onto both of these 2 squads, as now the sound barrier is going to be there. It's going to connect to 5. Sinfax does not get it, but they have that ability to get away. That it does not need it in the long run. But Mercy has taken down Agent MM7 early on. The self-destruct not going to find anything, but it's still the side of St. Ambrose trying to hold on. The Death Blossom, however, from Mercy finds 3, as the side of CCE Blue come back and get it into their favor.
I do love a good Dragon Ball Z battle, but as we see time and time again, it ends up getting equalized out. It's unfortunate that Azure Rose used that beat. That should have been the game winner right there. But the fact that they couldn't keep Mercy off of that objective, get them sent back to spawn so that Death Blossom couldn't get the value they needed after that beat came in, just very unfortunate. Thankfully, they're up to the 55% mark. And wait, what?
Well, the Death Blossom is coming out. The EMP is out as well, as it does get countered by Java Chup's sound barrier there, as Mercy comes back, takes out Azure Rose. They do get a pick from MM7, as Heinz now finds 2 of their own. It is even, but no longer it is not, as CCE Blue clean up that fight.
Yeah, I think there was a little glitch in the system, as is always sometimes with the observation viewer. I saw the EMP come out and hit 3, but without the flash, I was like, did it get shut down? What exactly happened there? Agent is halfway to theirs now. Unfortunately, it didn't give them the value they're looking for. Bobo and Mercy are set up perfectly, and with the fact that St. Ambrose has taken this rotation into the small room, we're looking at a very hacked Dance of Death.
Oh, but Azure Rose takes Mercy off the side of the map! That is huge! As Heinz does fall down, but it's still going good for the side of St. Ambrose. The Coalescence is out, trying to stay alive from Haas's Primal Rage. Rigpig does take down Agent MM7, but SAU has come back strong and got the point back into their favor for the time being, as they do have some people coming back. Mercy has this Death Blossom on the board, but they're not going to be popping it because Sound Barrier was just used by Azure Rose.
I mean, beautiful work from the Lucio player, Azure Rose. I mean, you get that early pick off the thing that was literally going to shut down the entire fight. That is perfect timing, and now you've got one setup of your own without having to worry about Bobo EMPing you. I mean, this is shut down city. Last fight territory, and St. Ambrose could bring themselves another point up on the board.
Yeah, as it's going to be very hard to walk into this, as now it comes MM7, they connect to 3. The Death Blossom is there as well from Heinz, but it does not find the picks, but it does not matter. They've already found 3 in this, as the sound barrier is there, but there's just, there's no way that they can possibly stay alive, as the side of St. Ambrose continue to fight. No, not yet. The Death Blossom has come out long, and does find MM7. Finally, there it is. The St. Ambrose live to fight another day. They take map number 5 and push us to map 6.
That is the ticket, and I love the beautiful setup for that last fight. Instead of hoping that the big Blossom EMP was going to be the thing that took him out, they ended up using the EMP out in the open and allowing Arc to get value off of that Primal Rage. Those early picks from the Primal Rage, even if the Blossom hadn't gotten any kills, which it really didn't, just because of how everyone was spaced out, it ended up giving so much value regardless, because there was nothing you can do from being sent over the side of the map. And now we're seeing the stride of SAU getting picked up once again. The Bees getting that fervor back in their wings to try to take flight. Now it's on the foot of the Beavers to try to see if they can slap them down one last time, as I believe we're headed back to hybrid.
Yes, I believe that is true, as well as, Captain Jack, according to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should be able to fly. And, well, we're seeing them fly after struggling a first couple of maps, because now they're coming back here, almost tying up the series. As they go to hybrid, they look to continue what was working well for them, and that is the team play that we saw from them on Lijiang Tower and as well as King's Row.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, the thing that I'm loving that I'm seeing is the fact that SAU doesn't have to do anything crazy to get a lot of value, and really that's the way that the game is meant to be played. You don't have to do these off-the-wall compositions, you just have to play your heroes and play them well. Whether it was a lack of warm-up or something in the beginning, that's all in the past now. SAU is warmed up here, and we are seeing differences being made by their players. The beautiful Diva Eats that are coming in from Centrillion, the picks that came in from Agent on that Junkrat during Control Center, the beautiful positioning of not only sound barriers during EMPs, but the boops that were coming in from Azure Rose. I mean, that is just what Overwatch is meant to be. It's not necessarily the craziness, it's the calm inside the storm is what matters. And seeing now these first place champions of 2 seasons in a row, a full year of being in that first place spot, this is the championship match that we've been waiting for, and this is what I am ready to see go all the way.
Yeah, and well, they're going to have to win out on the next map, which is going to be Nimbani, which I was a bit skeptical here, Jack, of their dive, but going on to the previous map, they ran it pretty well with the Sombra Reaper variation of dive. So if they continue to do that, I mean, we're probably not going to see Sombra Reaper on Nimbani, just because there is some longer sight lines throughout this map, so probably a Hanzo coming out or an Ashe. But if they continue to build on the success that they had on Lijiang Tower, this is going to go to a map 7.
Yeah, I mean, the Shadow Dive was working out very effectively on the Gardens. It's very standard on that particular map to utilize a composition like that. On this particular one, like you said, we might see a little bit more sniper come out. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some double shield as well, or maybe that Orisa Diva that we were seeing before, hold a very high ground hold on that far high ground over onto where we're seeing right now, the left side of the map, and then just kind of raining hellfire while whoever's attacking is trying to make their way into the objective. Because honestly, it's a long snaking route to be able to take control of that high ground if you're not utilizing dive. So it's going to be intriguing to see what is coming out here. CCE Blue going back over to that traditional dive that worked out so well for them on Watch Point Gibraltar. This map is made for this. Mercy was having a little bit of a difficult time every now and again on that Hanzo. You know, sometimes hitting their stride, sometimes getting a little overwhelmed. We're seeing Martis come back in on that Tracer. Going to be providing a lot of value if they can take out Sinfax and Azure Rose in the back line. But if St. Ambrose has indeed kind of fixed everything that has been going wrong, you know, getting that head back on a swivel, you know, making sure to retreat back to the safety of your supports, not only to keep yourself alive, but keep them alive, then this is going to be a completely different match than what we would have initially predicted.
Yeah, and well, I see it in the chat right now. I believe this match does decide it. If CCE Blue wins it, obviously they win. But if St. Ambrose wins this out, I've got to think they're the favorites going into map number 7 because they've got this the momentum all in their favor. But right now, it's a game of ifs and ands. But right now, we're living in the present as Agent MM7 looking to rotate. They do not find the pick onto the Brigida, but Arc is going to find their Winston counterpart out, and there's no way to get them back onto the board for the time being, as there is no mercy on the field, as now they're going to have to force them out. The nice ante does come through from Sinfax, as they're going to get their first capture point forward. They've got 1 tick. They've got 2 now. They've got finally a person contesting on the point, but they get blown up pretty much immediately. Wolf Raider does take down MM7 as well as Azure Rose because of that anti-nade we saw, as CCE Blue are going to be able to hold on here as the Dragon Strike comes out late.
Beautiful cleanup right there, and the utilization of the comp in a way that makes things work. Haas really needs to be sure they're not getting caught a little too out of position, you know, on the Winston. You can dive in and get a little bit overwhelmed. You know, you're not able to get out of the fight as quickly as Rig Pig on that Diva, so you gotta be careful, especially if you don't have that Primal Rage online. Wolf Raider really close to that. Nano could get a huge amount of value as we go ahead and see already Agent in the back line. I hear that GoldenEye music playing.
Yeah, as the self-destruct and Martis finds one as well, and that's going to be a quick fight win for the side of CCEU, as there's a shield bash elimination. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, beautiful cleanup right there. St. Ambrose definitely had a very good start here, but CC now finding their stride, watching those rotations, making sure that Agent is not able to get into that backline, but it's pulse bomb time, and Agent's success rate so far of sticking those to the cheeks of Wolf Raider has been relatively high. Thankfully, there are a lot of very tight chokes, and they know that rotation is coming. They know that Agent is making their way in.
Yeah, as Haas is taking down Sinfax from the pulse bomb is going to come out. It takes out Mercy as well as that. There it is! Dark fights 2 with the Primal Rage boop off the side of them. That should be SAU taking this first point here. They just got to clear off Haas as well as the baby Diva, and they do that and get this cart moving.
Yeah, a beautiful use of that. I was a little sad to see Agent so set up for that pulse bomb, and then it ended up being whiffed and then not whiffed because it didn't land on its target. But beautiful use of the Primal Rage, not necessarily to get the particular picks, but just pushing back the enemy enough that you can let the map do the work for you by sending them over the side. They don't have a lot of extra time on the clock. They were already under a minute going into this next Streets phase, but they can make that up if they take a lot of aggressive control of this high ground area.
Yeah, as we're seeing the duel between Martis and MM7 right here, as they're not going to find either of each other for the time being, but now here comes the fight yet again. Both of these two Tracers have been doing work so far, and Martis almost going down early on. The self-destruct finds 2, however, is going to be the opening that they need. Both of the supports are gone for St. Ambrose, as you have to get out now. You cannot do anything without your support line.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing that you gotta be watching now for those self-destructs. I mean, a Brig shield can only take so much damage. Despite the raid boss that she is when she has nano, you gotta be able to peel for your supports and get that shield up as quickly as possible to try to keep them safe. Maybe we should be looking at some other rotations. This corner is one of the most difficult in Numbani to try to get around because this high ground is so incredibly vast.
Yeah, as the Nano Boost is going to be popped onto Haas. It's going to be countered out by the rally from Azure Rose. As they're going to continue to push forward, not find anything, but there it is. Heinz is going to take out Martist early on. The Nano Boost now coming in onto Arc. Mercy trying to turn it back. They only get Agent MM7 as they're still alive here, but not doing much. The focusing beam comes out, takes down the Hanzo. It's just the tank line left, but for how much longer is the question, and not much longer is the answer yet again, as it's just the Baby Diva left and the Tracer now, as SAU continue to push this cart forward.
I mean, it's coming down to some beautiful positioning and utilization here from St. Ambrose. You could see the look of disappointment, though, on Arc's face when the Nano was invested and there was nobody there to be able to jump upon. You hate to see it. But nevertheless, they've got ultimates for days online. No support ultimates, though, which could make things a little bit questionable. Seeing Haas coming over to this Roadhog, I mean, we saw some incredible play yesterday, but now there's absolutely zero shield on the field. Cendrillon has plenty of space to work now.
Yeah, as Art is opting to go over to the Reinhardt now that we've seen Haas go to that Roadhog to probably just deal with the extra damage and not want to get them hooked out of position, which is so key for success if CC Blue want to make this hog work. The sleep dart does come through. It does connect to Azure Rose, and here comes the copy on to the Roadhog now, as they're gonna build up whole hog immediately, gonna force people back, but it's not gonna be that. They're gonna be able to keep people away as the rest of St. Ambrose get the picks they need to continue to push forward. It does not look like anyone's really gonna be able to touch. There goes the self-destruct, but they don't touch because of it.
Yeah, I don't know if the Roadhog pick there at the end was the best option of shutting down this composition, especially once you saw them move over to that Rhine. It's really difficult to be able to plow through that kind of composition with that tank line, and everyone else kind of trying to rotate around that. Thankfully, St. Ambrose was able to keep it at that with some time on the clock. 53 seconds, definitely not a bad push on Numbani, and actually didn't find the issues that we typically see on Numbani. Usually, objectives Alpha and Bravo are usually the quick ones that get captured, and then objective Charlie, where the spawn advantage is definitely in the defending team's favor, is really what kind of slows down that time bank. CC Blue, if they want to take advantage of the time that they have, literally if they keep it above a minute, time is only going to be added to their clock. It's only 7 seconds, but it's at least something. So they have to be able to take objective Alpha quickly and with a ferocity that we have not seen just yet from CC in this matchup. So far it's been a little meme compositions, trying some different things, but now it's time to get serious, bunker down, and see if they can take down this objective. But with a little bit of Swedish engineering, I don't think they're going to have, they're definitely going to have some difficulty getting into this point.
Yeah, and I was gonna say they were thinking, oh, that's a nice hook, but Agent MM7 is gonna get away from it with their wall climb. But they were obviously thinking that the dive was gonna be played here by CZE Blue. It's an unfortunate misplay, but it's still gonna work out well for them to deal with Martist and Mercy here. As Agent MM7 is going to already take out Java Chup going forward. They're going to be able to get their first capture just before the side of SAU touch the point, as MM7 is super low, going to be finished down with the focusing beam. It is still even all around currently, but right now CCE Blue have this point control. They need to do something, do St. Ambrose, and they need to do it quickly to get back into this fight, as it's going to be off the back of this amplification matrix. They've taken down Mercy, the healing coming out. They don't have really anything to counter it, as that from the Griddic Fluxes. That is going to be an immediate capture, it seems, coming in from the side of CCE Blue.
CCE Blue is getting back in their fields once again. We saw this yesterday, this Piggy Toes comp, the Sigma Hog. It's a very patient composition, because you don't have, it's not pulled port. You don't have the Halt to really set up Haas to be able to get those primary hooks. You have to kind of poke at it, get those shields down, and then provide those opportunities there. And as you can see, they're already taking control of the high ground, which is going to leave St. Ambrose at a very huge disadvantage. The Bees got to find the stingers, find those weak points to be able to get back into it. Otherwise, with the massive amount of ultimates that CCE has online right now, the streets phase could be relatively quick.
Yeah, as Mercy has taken out Agent MM7 early on with that focusing beam yet again. Wolfraider does go down to Heinz's Ash, but the mispositioning coming out from Arc there does pay for it with their life, but it's still looking good for the time being. St. Ambrose does have the numbers currently to keep a hold on to this point. If they can keep Cendrillon in this mech, this is going to be able to hold on, as MM7 is going to take out Java Chop, as that is going to be the side of St. Ambrose looking to stabilize. They've lost their they lost the Diva mech. The Dragon Strike's out and pushing people back, as the side of SAU is going to be going forward and holding on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful utilization. I would say that it was an overinvestment, but because of the way that things staggered out, the overinvestment ended up swapping to the side of CCE, because St. Ambrose just had enough time to be able to kind of slowly rotate, get that damage in, and now they're set up with a good amount of ultimates that are going to allow them to stay together. The big issue is going to see if they... What?
Yeah, that is a what moment indeed, as Heinz has taken out Rig Pig. They're going to have to hold on for the time being is CCE, as the side of SAU are continuing to hold strong on this point to defense, which is not normally something you see.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how this rotation ends up working out. It's going to be the combination of Azure Rose and Heinz to really keep an eye on Mercy in the sky. With that pocket, it's going to be a lot more difficult to be able to take them out so easily. But with Bob on the field, they've at least gained themselves a little bit of time.
Yeah, and as well as the Supercharger just pumping in a lot more damage there. And they get the Transcendence out as well from the side of CCE Blue, sorry. As that's going to be huge. Java Chop is going to swap over to the Mercy now, as they're going to swap things up and go over to the double bubble.
And I think that this is a good swap to do, and perfect timing to do it in as well. You've got plenty of time to be able to take control of that high ground, and if you work it out well, you can utilize it to really get in onto Heinz or Agent in that back line, take them out early, and take control of that high ground to your advantage.
Yeah, as Mercy does take out Agent MM7 early on after using that Dragon Strike, as they're going to look to take out Heinz as well, as Mercy takes out Azure Rose, who was trying to build up to that Transcendence. They don't have it here, but the self-destruct comes out. They find Haas. It is even all around currently, but they do not have the support to really keep and stabilize on this point any longer. But a nice defense has come out from the side of St. Ambrose to chunk away the time bank that CCE Blue had.
And they're in a good position to do so, too. And look at that. See, this is the game that I wish that we would have started on, because we're seeing those quick adaptations over and over again. St. Ambrose like, okay, you want to go double bubble? All right, we're going to close the distance with the rush.
Yeah, as the Dragon Strike is going to come out there, they're going to not really find much value besides a little bit of damage coming onto Arc here, as they're going to look to push forward. The May wall coming up, trying to separate people away, as it does do its work for the time being, buying some more time off the board for St. Ambrose here, as they're going to continue to hold on, as CCE Blue is just taking their time right now.
Yeah, I'm wondering a little bit kind of why they're pulling back. They're probably waiting for cooldowns here for a little bit. But I know that Nano is going to be coming on to the monkey soon. There it is!
Yeah, the Graviton Surge is out, but they're not going to be really able to follow up. Wolf Raider does get Azure Rose out of this fight. Now things are going into the favor of CCE Blue. As this should be wrapping up for this team in blue now. But there's definitely going to be a chance for another fight, and that's going to be a lot of ultimates coming on board for St. Ambrose.
That's absolutely true. The goal is going to have to be to shut those down early. Mercy's Dragon Strike and Maris Pulse Bomb have to be in the best position. They got to get full value of that.
Yeah, well, they do get Sinfax out of this fight, but the respawn through for the side of St. Ambrose are going to find the picks that they need. Martis does take down Arc, but yet again, there's just too many picks already coming out. As a nice flash and kill onto Martis there. It's down to 30 seconds, and there's 5 ultimates on the board, and nothing for CCE Blue.
The big heavy hold has to come from Wolf Raider getting that Nano online. There's not really a lot that they can do, especially when it comes to things like the Blizzard and the Deadeye. It's going to be up to Rig Pig to eating a lot of damage successfully.
That's a huge pick. They've taken out Sinfax, but it is going to be traded back. As the Blizzard coming online, the Shatter connects to the rest of the 3, as that's going to be it, Jack. We're going to a map 7.
What a comeback! I am loving it. The brooms are out. St. Ambrose is ready to take their rightful spot. And now both teams back against the wall the way a match like this should be, based on what I saw in the chat earlier. The very first NECC Map 7 Championship happening right here, right now, before your very eyes, folks. I can only imagine, Joker, where we might be headed to. I believe the next map takes us back to Escort once again. And with already Watchpoint Gibraltar, and where else did we play today? It's been a long night.
It has been a long night. Let me scroll through
Watchpoint
this
Gibraltar and
Junkertown.
Junkertown. That takes quite a bit off of the table. We're definitely going into more of those rush or shielded maps that can be utilized. You know, the Havanas, the Rialtos. You know, you could come out on Dorado and utilize the dive a little bit more effectively, but I mean, it's been shown at this point that St. Ambrose have the strategies to be able to shut that down relatively easily. CCE getting a little worn out, I think. They hit the gas a little too early, showed a very dominant force in the beginning, and now things are starting to even up, and right now SAU is taking I wouldn't say a definitive lead, but it's definitely looking like the momentum is moving in their favor. It's going to be up to CCE to figure out how to shut this down if they're looking to take the victory away from these champions.
And, well, we're going to leave you on a cliffhanger. We're heading to a break before map number 7. Get your popcorn, get your drinks. You're not going to want to miss the conclusion of the Challengers Division. It is time, everyone. It is time for map number 7 to declare the champion of NECC Nationals for the Challengers Division. And right now, everything is going up St. Ambrose right now. They've won the last 2 maps, and they've won them pretty decisively, Jack. Maybe a bit close, but still, they look a lot better than we previously saw, and now they're looking to close this series out.
Yeah, it looked like what we were seeing in the beginning is definitely a change of pace from where we are right now. And I couldn't be any more excited. People in the chat saying I'm tired. I just can't yell because then it doesn't go through the microphone. So I can't be too excited about it. But I am so ready to go into our final map. Well, I mean, I'm not going to... I'll throw the caster curse out because the percentage is so low. It is a possibility to tie on Escort, but it is heavily unlikely as we go ahead and head into Havana. So go ahead and get the Unanas out now, because the strategy here is going to be one of 2 things. I feel like CC Blue, based on what we saw yesterday, is going to have more of a poke style composition, or is going to come out with that double shield with the Rhine Sigma that we have seen thus far. St. Ambrose, on the other hand, you know, we've been seeing a little bit of everything. We've seen some of the poke, we've seen some of this double shield, we've seen some of the double sniper, and right now, especially with Widow's Bowling Alley being right here, that might be the position that they take. But similar to what we saw yesterday, CCE Blue, they are set up to rush this spawn immediately. Mercy picking the Symmetra over the typical Cassidy that we see, which is going to provide a lot more CC, and if they can get that level 3 beam up quickly, a heck of a ton more damage.
Well, and speaking of that level 3 beam, I mean, St. Ambrose is opting for double shield currently, and that, with Symmetra's beam charging the way it does, it charges based on eating shields as quickly as it can, as quickly as it charges up. But right now, we're going to see how it works out well as Azure Rose is going to be falling early. This has to mean we're going to see some swaps coming in from St. Ambrose.
Oh, yeah, there has to be some adjustment here. Although Agent getting the pick onto Bobo. Beautiful rotation here. There are 3 doors, so they really do got to kind of think about how those rotations are going to continue to come out. Beautiful use of the teleporter. Very similar to what we saw yesterday. Mercy just barely able to hang on right there. As we go ahead and see them continue to hold control, the picks are coming in. St. Ambrose is dividing their attention right now, and it's working out in their favor.
Yeah, and once you lose your Baptiste, you just pretty much have to die on cart. You can't really expect to hold it for much longer without that sustain of the Baptiste, as we're seeing some swaps now coming through from the CCE Blue, as Mercy is going to be deciding between Echo and Hanzo, and it looks like they're going to nade with Hanzo.
That is absolutely true. That's 1 out of 3 possible scenarios to tie up this map, so I am living for it. I would much love to see this be a definitive victory for one side or the other. As we go ahead and see this rotation come out, Dragon Strike to open things up as the trade and the picks come in from the Hanzos.
Yeah, both of these Hanzos have been picks, but the picks are in the favor of CCE Blue, because they did get those supports out of this fight, but they're still looking to continue to push forward. Is SAU. They've got the DMAC onto the Diva as they're still fighting this out, and they do find 3 picks now. They do lose Agent MM7, but they're going to be able to continue to push forward. The Gravitic Flux comes out to take out Hoss, as there they go out of this fight, and now St. Ambrose are going to be able to capture this first point, it seems.
Things are getting pretty rough for CC Blue. Some staggers that typically we don't see from them, and now we're seeing Mercy bringing out the Genji once again. This composition worked so incredibly well yesterday, and we haven't really seen it here on against St. Ambrose just yet, but Centrillion is ready. Those accretions to hit right as soon as Mercy gets in line of sight.
Yeah, as there it goes. They're gonna be able to just focus down Azure Rose, who was just away from their team. And it was a nice play coming in from Mercy to realize that and take away the Zenyatta, who cannot really get away at all from an oncoming Genji, as SAU are gonna have to back out here. They're losing too many players.
Yeah, it's all about the timing right now, and the advantage is on the side of CC Blue.
Okay.
A little bit of a misclick there, more than likely, or just kind of a show of force, as some Ryans do. But a Gravitic Flux to open things up.
Yeah, as they're going to want that Transcendence back now, because they could have countered that Blizzard out perfectly and could have came back strong. They find 3 with the self-destruct does Rig Pig, as that is going to be a team kill for CCE Blue.
Yeah, just seeing the little tags in the chat as this match is going on, the various phrases that these teams going back and forth. There's a buzz in the air. The dam is being built. The waters be arising. This is peak Overwatch being played right now, and with the ultimates online for St. Ambrose, they're looking to create some space with this amplification matrix coming out.
Yeah, as Mercy did go super low there, did not get focused down, as the Bob is now out. Gonna be focusing them down, looking to get some damage done now with that dynamite coming through. The Ant Matrix is, oh my goodness! Hoss blows up Sinfax there as Mercy pops the Dragon Blades, finds a 1, looking for a second one, but it is going to be Rig Pig who cleans up Hines, as it's now under 2 minutes, as the side of CCE Blue continue to hold strong on the defensive brewery.
We now see the rotation of Arc and Hines going over to that Reinhardt and Cassidy, looking to provide a little bit more CC to try to see if they can keep Mercy at bay. Even a well-timed charge from Arc could end a Dragon Blade in its tracks if not defended by that Immortality field. This wall placement is continuing to be good, although Haas loses the Shatter.
Yeah, Haas lost the Shatter because of that wall, as the Reinhardts do not... They finally get traded out, and now St. Ambrose have the upper hand in this fight. It is now going to be even. Mercy taking out Sinfax is going to be huge. Mercy taking down both of the supports. The Gravitic Flux has to be huge to take out some, to get this back into the fight, but Mercy's still alive, taking numbers in this fight. That's 4 for the Genji of CCE Blue.
I mean, it is coming down to some incredible work right there. And talk about holding your own. Java Cup got the beat online in time for that Gravitic Flux. And I know that sometimes it's hard to hold that trigger, hold on to that ultimate when you could save yourself. But I'm glad they did.
Ooh. And that's going to be a huge fight win early on for CCE Blue. But that is a quick fight. They're going to be able to get back and most likely touch this cart, is the side of St. Ambrose. And Juliana is going to go over to the Diva now, as this is last fight currently. It's anyone's point because there's an amount of ultimates on the board. The Genji Blade is going to be popped out. The Blizzard coming through from both of the two Mays. It's a ult fiesta on point here, as they're going to find 3 picks is CCE Blue, as this is looking good for the team in blue. Taking this fight, it's just the Diva left on cart. They just have to force them off, and that is going to be it. The respawns are not going to get there in time, Jack, as CCE Blue holds strong on brewery defense.
Blue the brewery and blue the payload, all is coming up blue right now for CCE. And Eiffel 65 will be looking for some royalties, folks, so be looking out for that. But nevertheless, I know that's probably a boomer joke. Nobody knows who Eiffel 65 is. But, wow, what a hold from CCE. Again, we're seeing that pop-off strategy that we saw from Mercy yesterday, that despite the fact that this Genji composition should not work, a rush Genji should not work, but it is still working. The focus fire that is coming out from CCE Blue, and St. Ambrose do try as they might to keep Mercy at bay. They are just not able to make it happen. Now it's going to be up to St. Ambrose, taking a strategy from CCE's book to, come out with the Symmetra as well. We'll see if they can utilize it to hopefully a higher degree, or if CCE Blue says, you know, you can try our strategy, but it doesn't work out the same if we're not doing it.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it back. According to all known laws of Overwatch, there's no way that a Genji rush should be able to work. But this is gonna be able to go forward here. They're gonna look to get the upper hand, continue to cycle these ultimates, and keep them in the spawn doors for the time being. But the Maywall is going to force them back for the time being, and a massive anti-nade is going to be coming out from the Ana of CCE Blue as Rigpig has taken down Arc, and this is going to be a first point, the spawn hold crumbling for the side of St. Ambrose.
It's almost like CCE Blue knew exactly what was going to happen, because from the first moments of those doors opening, you could see that a majority of the team was just sweet, savory bait for St. Ambrose, because you saw the rotation of Wolf Raider on the Ana and Mercy on the Genji going into the backline, taking down the Emmos, and the Shatter is going to open up this next fight.
Yeah, as Mercy taking out Hines there as well. The sound barrier to try to keep everyone up and healthy, but it's not going to matter in the end, because once that sound barrier dissipates, the side of CCE Blue is still going to be there to capitalize on the damage being done.
And with Centrillion getting staggered out right now, getting to the payload is going to be a little bit more into their favor, but they're not going to let that slow them down just yet. And now it's going to be a 5v6 trying to get back to this point and lock it down.
Well, that's a big shatter coming out from Arc there to try to turn it back. They need to get rid of that immortality field, and they need to get rid of it quickly. Haas is out of this fight as the side of SAU come back strong. They've gotten rid of Haas. The self-destruct is out from Rigpig. It finds two. That is huge. It's still even on the board right now. The next pick in this fight is going to be the massive one, and that's going to be Bobo XXL going down to Asian MM7 as the rest of CCE Blue is going to have to go back, as Wolf Raider is in an advantageous position, and they are going to fall down, as that is going to buy more time off the clock for the St. Ambrose defense.
And that was a mismove there from Rigpig. Should not have gone to regroup with the rest of the team, because all that did was leave Wolf Raider in a very bad position. I would have much more loved to see them group up with Wolf Raider on that high ground, because you know Cendrillon was just waiting for that opening to take that Baptiste out. With a minute remaining on the clock, this blizzard has to be massive.
But it just zones them away. That's not what you want right now from an ultimate. It's so powerful as Blizzard. The sound barrier is there. The self-destruct is going to come out to try to stop Mercy, but it's it's only going to get the immortality field of Wolf Raider, but they don't find much value with that Genji ultimate, as Bobo XXL is going to drop down the Blizzard. This is going to be huge. This should win them this fight, as they're going to be able to push forward is the side of CCE Blue. There's only the Lucio left on point here.
Yeah, they got to push up in advance and make sure there can't be a recontest there. They did get a little punished for staggering out Cendrillon a little bit more, but with 2.5 minutes added to the clock and only 43 meters, folks, that's how close we are away from seeing victory right now. It is literally 2 corners that are being turned, and one of these teams are going to be walking away with the championship.
Well, that's a nice, but a big shatter in the face of the side of St. Ambrose might have just clinched the series for CCE Blue, as the team kill gong sounds. No one's going to be able to touch here, Jack, as they are just going to glide this cart in and take NECC Nationals Challengers Division.
Wow, an abrupt end to an amazing series, Haas. Quite literally back against the Maywall, looking like they were going to go down with the last
here it is.
100 health before the breakthrough came in. Let's watch it again. The shatter comes down. The opening is made, and we see CCE Blue, the Beavers, the dam constructed, the water risen, and they are sitting comfortably at the top of the heap as your NECC Nationals champions.
Well, they definitely protected the dam, did CC Blue, with an amazing hold, setting them up for victory there in the end. And wow, what an amazing series. We didn't think it was going to happen starting off, but then it turned around. Everything changed. But in the end, Mercy's pop-offs were not able to be stopped by St. Ambrose in the end. And I mean, we talk a lot about Mercy, but I also want to highlight someone who has just been incredible throughout this entire series as well. Wolf Raider on the support line has just been incredible going through that entire series, whether they be on Ana, they are on Baptiste. They're getting massive value on the flex support role, and that's what you need from your flex support.
No, I completely agree with you. I mean, honestly, every member of the team should be getting a round of applause because it takes all of them to be able to set up Mercy as well as they are at doing what they do. I mean, Rigpig and Haas are just an incredible duo with the variations of comps that they're able to utilize. Seeing Bobo coming in as well as Marist on those alternate DPS, whether it be the hit scan or the tracer, just doing incredible work in their own way. And then, of course, Java Cup, whether it be on that Lucio or pumping out additional damage on that Zenyatta, just coming in at very clutch moments. You all did an incredible job. But we're not done yet, folks. We're going to head to a short break so we can get in one or maybe multiple of our new Challengers champions for the spring semester of Nationals, when we'll be right back with a beautiful interview to round out the night.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, we've got our champion on the line here. We've got Haas from CCE ready to answer some questions from myself and Captain Jack. And there he is. Oh,
hey everybody.
Okay. I'm just gonna
We
say
got
one
you,
thing.
we
You look
got
like
you.
you look like a total stud with that mustache. Holy
Thank you.
crow.
Thank you.
That you actually look exactly like I thought you would look.
There you go,
To
yeah.
be completely honest.
Nice. Yeah, the Giga Chad
Look.
lifestyle. I get it.
Yeah,
I get
exactly.
It.
The mustache look. I mean, come on. You look fantastic, and you
amazing.
played fantastic as well. And the first thing I want to say is congratulations for winning the NECC Challengers Nationals Championship. And well, we're gonna start it off with the play that actually won you the championship, the shatter in the face of St. Ambrose. What was going through your mind there?
Generally in those situations, it's like do or die, right? Like I've done that. I did that a couple of times on Havana, particularly on the Rhine. When I see it's going down, I might as well throw it out. So I dropped the shatter, and it's got that new damage buff, so it was really easy for the follow-up in that small room, just gonna do the 360 hammer swing and all that. But I knew that the Maywall was gonna drop pretty soon. I knew that I wanted to hold out a little bit. I knew that I had the peel coming as soon as that wall was done. So, I figured that I could probably get this shatter off before that Rhine saw the peel and the other damage.
All right, that's absolutely amazing right there, and I'm not for certain. I don't think so.
All right, we're back now. I think everything crashed, so hopefully you might have seen the interview. If you did not,
I didn't see it come on stream yet, so I think we're going live now. So,
yeah,
let's go ahead and replay that first question real quick. First off, congratulations, Haas, joining us here in the booth on the amazing championship. First off, not only are you the champions, but you also have brought the first Map 7 championship banger. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm pumped as I can be. I feel the adrenaline. I feel like I could go another 7. But, that's just what happens when you win a map 7, I guess, Tired as hell. I'm sure it's going to hit me in about 10 minutes. But, yeah, right now I'm pretty happy.
Yeah.
All right. We're working on the audio issue, folks. Don't worry about it. We'll get that taken care of. But Joker, you had a very, very important question to ask. Unfortunately, you already asked it, but it got cut off. So go ahead.
Well, I think it actually is getting played right now on stream. So I do see it on. I don't know. So I'll ask it again if obviously they didn't hear it.
Just in case.
Yeah, obviously if they didn't hear it. So I'll say again. Or let's take it back to the play that won NECC Nationals for the Challengers Division. That shatter on Havana, what was going through yours head? And after that happened, what was going through your team's comms?
I knew it was do or die. Yeah, I knew it was do or die. That's a TLDR. So I just sent it out. I knew that if it hits, that's a game winner. And if it doesn't hit, well, I shouldn't die. Probably. That means that the Ryan has to bring up his shield, and we can probably.
Oh, guess I'll just give up.
So I might as well, right? So, I mean, I knew that I had the peel coming behind. I knew that the team was right at my back. So it was really just a matter of, why not? They fed for me. Why not just throw out a shatter? Who cares?
All right.
And then directly afterwards, after you hit the shatter, what was going through your team's comms?
I was screaming. I was really loud. I was really loud. I was yelling, massive shatter, we walk, and sure enough, we walked. And I mean, again, I was able to do most of the work myself with the shattered buff damage and and the swings, but yeah, it was loud. It was really loud.
I can only imagine. I mean, this has been a long road for y'all, looking back at how you all did during the fall semester, and we talked with RigPig last night about this as well, is that y'all have grown in leaps and bounds from just this last fall, ending out the 2021 season in 5th and 8th, and now coming out as the spring national champions. That has got to be massive. We talked a little bit again with RigPig yesterday about that, the preparation that y'all came into in this match. But I just got to know, what were those first couple of maps that the compositions were just there?
Right.
Out there for this level of play.
So we have adopted on the team a kind of philosophy, for better or for worse. A couple of times it has bitten us, and that's, I think, ultimately what led us to lose some of the maps that we did tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But it was basically play style and execution over meta comp, we'll say. And if we do it right, and if we do it as a team, if we know what we're trying to do, if we understand the fundamentals of each of our heroes and how we're going to play them, then we will prevail. And it worked out. We do a lot. Yeah, we do like the Genji thing and the Roadhog. It's not like meta, but we can make it work because we understand how to play those heroes. So,
well, I think the biggest surprise to us was seeing the hog and ball torture on Junkertown.
Yeah.
Like, that was the biggest thing for us, because we're like you just don't run that. I could never imagine someone running that in a national championships and trying to take away the victory unless you're like gold tier or below, because you can get away with it. I don't know. That's just my thought process, but you all executed so well. But as we got further into the maps, King's Row, that's when the momentum really started to be a little bit wibbly wobbly. I mean, the composition that double bubble that y'all were still utilizing was still working out incredibly well. But kind of, how was the mental? How was the strategy going on from then on, knowing that maybe going on to these off compositions, like you said, for better or for worse, maybe we need to kind of bring it back home so that we can try to meet them where they are.
So. Yeah, that was the breakdown in the comms for a while. It was like, so we basically developed this double bubble stuff on King's Row because we believe that we can full hold King's Row, and we can.
Oh.
Like, we believe that we can full hold King's Row with that comp, and we have, and it's very strong. And even like second is harder, it's doable. Third is really where third on a lot of the maps. We saw it on Numbani, we saw it on King's Row, and I was really saying, like, well, we can, again, we can execute, we can play it better, we can win with this. And as it turns out, we weren't quite there yet. And when we did call the swap for Brawl, it was kind of just too late.
Mm-hmm.
We knew that we could out-Brawl this team. but we just didn't have ult advantage going into the end of the point with a minute left, and they had built ults, and we can't just do a full swap there. So yeah, that's something that we just need to like recognize and play around when we, keep going. But for the most part, like we're confident in the comps that we play. It's just making that swap, I guess we'll say.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that on both sides tonight. I mean, there were definitely during the first couple of matches seeing the kind of hard-headedness of being the refusal to swap from SAU. Really trying to stick and make that composition work. Probably in the same mindset as you. Like, we've made this work. We've dominated on this a million times, and and still coming up with pennies instead of gold coins. So I can definitely understand that mental going into this. But I mean, now, just how are y'all feeling? I mean, first off, looking at the players on your roster, I mean, this has got the biggest one that this must be hitting is Marist. Getting the opportunity to be able to come back and participate with you in this championship matchup, where normally as a graduated this last fall, wouldn't have gotten that opportunity, but being able to kind of continue on with the team the rest of the time and get this championship, I mean, they must be blown away. But for the rest of you, I mean, I think a majority of you are freshmen and sophomores, one junior in the mix. So, I mean, I would imagine that this is not the end of what we see from ZCE.
No, I sure hope not. I'm the oldest one on the team with the exception of Martin. Yeah, Martis.
Okay.
And so it was great to bring Martin into the fold. And he really, really performed. Like, he really played what he did what he needed to do as part of that execution and strategy thing. Like, he was so consistent on that Tracer and that Cassidy when we needed him to be. And it was like a great mesh fitting him back into the things. And also on the ball, like, let's not forget, we make the tank swap. He plays the ball.
Yeah, that was...
yeah.
That was another thing. I mean, but you love seeing flex players especially be able to do that, be able to show off on what they shine on. So seeing Marist on that ball was definitely a phenomenal change.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was like, well, we have like a real ball player now. I'm not really a ball player, so we can kind of like do this, and we think we can get it to work with the Sombra or the double poke, however we want to run it. And as today has shown, we can pull it off. Yeah. But for the rest of the team, it's ecstatic. That VC that right after we won was like unbelievable. Like, it took a while for them to get it. It was kind of quiet after we win, and then we kind of realize it slowly, and then the screams start happening all around. But it's electric in there. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
So
I can only imagine. I know we were sitting here kind of waiting with bated breath, seeing y'all starting to go back and forth, map after map, as we just continued going this evening. So, Joker, do you have any additional questions that you'd like to ask Haas about the team, or do you want to wrap this up?
I do. I want to highlight the one person that I highlighted before the interview. I want to highlight Wolf Raider because I feel like the way they were able to play today, playing so almost perfectly on the flex support role, was able to enable you to do a lot more than normal main tanks can do with a subpar flex support. And I just want to know, what did they have any? She. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. She have any? Did she have do anything different to go into this series, because they popped off?
I know yesterday we heard a lot that she was like your major delver into the studying of strategy and all that. So how was that impact?
She really helped us out. Aside from like breaking down composition stuff, like we knew what we were probably going to run into with SAU. Like, we knew what they would like to run. We did the scouting beforehand. We did the prep work. We did the planning. We played them a little bit, and we kind of, we didn't do as well as we would have liked, but that was also kind of like, we're kind of feeling them out. I mean, at least for me, I knew that we were going in. It was double elimination, we'll say. But let's get back to the team. Andrea, that's her name. Sorry if I'm not allowed to say that. Is cracked as hell. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that either. But when they don't really have any flankers or like a monkey or something to disrupt her, she will just carry the game. Like it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean those antis in the first two maps, like, mwah, just absolute perfection. Even on King's Row for quite a bit of that. I mean, those were huge openers every single time that double bubble collapsed onto SAU. So that was huge. Joker, you got anything else?
I think that's really about it. Besides, it is kind of late, so you can't really celebrate right now. So
I think they're going to.
Yeah, I think they're.
I don't think you know college kids.
You're right. You're right.
There is no time.
There is no time, especially since it is towards the end of your semester. So go have some fun with your the rest of your teammates. Be responsible, obviously, because I do know what you college students like to get up to on your spare times. But yeah, go celebrate with your squad. You guys deserve it. Amazing job, and amazing job to the rest of your team.
Whoa! Don't let them go just yet, because this is their 15 minutes of fame.
Oh, right.
Please shout out anybody that you want to, whoever brought you this victory today. Teammates, coaches, family members, significant others, whoever you want to shout out. The floor is yours.
Right. So it seems a little bit of a cop-out, but I mean, I can't not shout out the entirety of the team. I really can't. Like, whether like whoever you are, like, obviously we won. We played the roles exactly how we needed it to. But if I'm gonna get specific, I have to shout out my off-tank Rig Pig. I know he talked me up yesterday, so that's kind of reciprocal, but it's really not just that. He's kind of like he, I would say, is the driving force. About halfway through our season, in the main season, we kind of figured out how to play the game, and I think that he's the reason for us figuring out how to play the game, well. Andrea has been, again, Wolf Raider has been such a help in kind of like composition stuff, like figuring out like how we want to play certain comps. Our coaches, our coach Drew and Jess, like, super good with like the comms stuff, and obviously getting us scrims and practices and know what we want to do, and helping us, guiding us as like a team, like focusing on the team stuff. And then, I mean, this one is kind of, I have to mention it, Bobo XL. Bobo XL basically became our May player this week. Like,
my goodness.
So,
what?
So, yeah, right.
You can't just drop that.
Yeah,
they were very good.
Yeah, we didn't have him on the May for the entirety of the time we played, and then we just try him out, and he's like fantastic. Fight winning walls, unbelievably good. So that's
talk
that.
About pulling out of the pocket. Jeez.
Right. Yeah. Seriously. But I mean, I guess I'll also say my mom and pop. It's kind of obligatory. But again, it's like leaving anyone out. Nick, Joey. Joey's an intense carry. Nick is our pop-off guy. Kevin mentioned him yesterday. Nick being Mercy, Joey being Java Chup. And I already call out Martin, Spack, our old reliable. He's our Spackles is our he's our sub. He plays with us in the scrims to make sure that we have that extra kind of consistency just in case we are out someone, which has happened before. I mean, it's everyone. It's a team effort. It's a team game. Like, I wouldn't be able to shout out these people if it wasn't for them. And they wouldn't be able, like, we will rely on each other. It's a house of cards. And that sounds bad, but we're a fortified house of cards.
No, I mean, honestly, I wish more people understood that, especially in my gold plat comp games on console, because I tell you, so many people, in a variety of different arenas, levels of play, they think they're the one-man show, but that's what, esports is no different than regular sports. You can't just be the quarterback by yourself and be able to take on an entire team. It's the rest of the team working with you that allows you to make the big plays like that. So Haas, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Go get out of here. Go celebrate with the team. Have a good time. And congratulations once again, CCE, your national champions.
Thank you. Thank you guys too. The stream's been great.
Thank you. Alrighty, then that is going to be the interview done and dusted. And, well, that's going to be us done and dusted for the NECC Nationals for the Challengers Division here. But, I mean, you might not want, you're gonna miss us, obviously. You've been memeing on us all night throughout on the chat.
You're right.
But there are two incredible people casting on the main channel for the Legends Division right now. LaFon and Man of Class. You're not going to want to miss that series. Those are two incredible people working there on that broadcast. Stick around. I think we're going to raid them right after we finish. But this is going to be it for me and Captain Jack. Thank you all for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your night.